And once we finish voting, take note, nobody apart from candidate agents will be allowed within the voting perimeter. Immediately we receive information that the last voter at a center has finished, we will clear the perimeter of all persons except EC officials and candidate agents. This announcement may not be repeated. You will only see action. So if you know that you have finished voting, start walking out from the inner perimeter.
the enclave where the voting process is ongoing. You can see some of the delegates relaxed. Some are already sleeping. I'm told those who came from very, very far away, some of them are planning.
Some of them have even set off as we speak. Yes, okay. Some of them are set off. Yes. There was an announcement that the people from Bong, Ahafo, one of their buses was just about to set off. So some of them have left.
And some of those constituencies are very, very far away. Yes. We are in one country called Ghana, but if you are talking about the Bono East and Ahafo areas, you want to look at Northeast, the Upper West, Upper East regions, they are very, very far. So you would have to go through almost 4 or 5 regions before you get to those locations. So it's just fair that whatever they wanted to do was to cast their votes. That's been done. And once they trust that the process is free and fair, they can be in their buses. It will be communicated to them, whoever has won. Maybe by midnight, if the results are in, they will jubilate in their buses and then go to their destinations. After all, Monday is a working day, so they will have the whole of Sunday to rest. So we can only congratulate the organizers, because they were supposed to start officially at 11. It took us to almost 1 o'clock, and many of us were anticipating that we may cross midnight and Sunday will be getting the result. It's almost 10:30. If this process ends by 11 o'clock, within 2 hours they should finish. Yes, it will be done that we may be getting the results, but it is still fair for this to have ended at that time. What I anticipate is the collation process, which may take a long time, because if you look at the national executive members, those vying, they are 19.
Yeah, and that's quite 19. A lot.
So 19 agents will be helping to witness the sorting. You go to National Zongo Caucus, 5 candidates. Deputy Communications Officer, 5 candidates. You have the Communications Officer who's gone unopposed, so forget about that one. But Deputy General Secretary position, for example,
that's 8
candidates. So, as we were saying, now the reason why my deduction is that we are likely to travel beyond midnight is that if you look at the youth elections, which was held in Cape Coast, the youth and women's elections, those who competed were 2 for each of the main positions. The deputies were not as many as we can see for the several positions being contested today. But it took at least 2 hours plus for the final results to be made public. And so if I'm going by that same pace, then we are likely to see some 2-3 hours after the elections to witness the sorting, the counting of ballots, and eventually the EC will come to declare the results. And then the declaration of the results by the EC is not the end of the process here. From the program that we have seen, there will be the victory speech by maybe one of the candidates who will be winning tonight, and then one of the candidates who lost. According to the program I've seen, one of the losers will speak on behalf of all those ones that who may have.
But I think that's very significant. I mean, to a large extent, simply because this is an internal contest, and for a lot of these internal contests, I mean, as much as there will be conflict, as much as there will be divergent views, I mean, the winner at the end is the entity. So if the entity is able to understand that we win and we lose, but then again we are still sticking together, I mean, it's a fantastic initiative. I mean, imagine the galvanization of the base. If there's a loser speech and there's a winner speech, it shows you that you're not losing, you're learning lessons, and it shows you that in an entity of that sort, you come together to fight for a common cause. I mean, I believe that's very, very, very well thought through. But all in all, I mean, I would like to re-echo your sentiments about the police. I've had a chance to interact with a few of them and have a few conversations with them, and to them they literally are on holiday. They are just having fun. Some of them are taking phone numbers, etc., having a good time. But then again,
I hope you have not gone for any phone.
Not yet.
Well, this is the election center. This is Wizard TV. Of course, this footage is also live on TV XYZ. We've been with you since morning, and our wish is to help you appreciate how this process will end. You can see some movements, some formation by the policemen, and it tells you that they may perhaps have been getting signals that the entire process will soon be over. We've heard announcements informing people who have finished voting to leave the area to make sure that it is properly cleared, and then only agents will be present. You know, there are so many positions compared to the youth and women's wing election. You have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different positions with different numbers of candidates who are contesting. So I'm not surprised that we have more than we anticipated in terms of the EC officials who are here, and this place is large enough for all of them to spread out and do the sorting. And so, like you said, they are just yes, they are forming, and it just tells you they are ready for action. They will take instructions from the operations commander on the ground, and then after that, this instruction will lead them to make sure anybody who is not entitled to be in the area is moved away. And then soon you see the reaction of the delegates, which will suggest that they are happy about this successful exercise.
But I was wondering something. Do you think the fundraising process before this particular internal election played a role in ensuring that there was this orderliness and the fact that a lot of the logistics were taken care of? I mean, because in my interactions, I've had quite a lot today. A lot of people are saying, oh, we contributed, that's how come it's gone well. I mean, apart from the monetary contribution, a lot of people feel a certain moral contribution to this process. And I believe that is what has more or less culminated in us having the process the way it is. Because people feel a part of the moral fiber. Because even if they've contributed 10 cedis, to them it's a lot of money. It makes a big deal. So I believe that on that side of things, the psychology behind it has driven a lot of people to understand that this is a very important process. Most importantly, it has given them ownership of the process. So you see a lot of the agents, not just the agents, right? A lot of people just walking around wanting to help and wanting to be a part of this and doing their best to be of good behavior. And I believe that's commendable. And
yes, very, very commendable. And of course, at this stage, it is also important that the new executives who are coming in should look at how they can trigger the process of encouraging as many party members as possible to see the need to make their monthly contributions. If they were doing it consistently, I don't think it could have gotten to a stage where the party would be soliciting for additional funds to get this done. But if you look at this stadium, look at the gadgets, hiring of facilities, all the things that have been put together, it is capital intensive. It is not as easy as anybody wants to believe. But there are three things I've seen from this mobilization that was done. If you listen to the former president's address, I think he was grateful that within a short
12 days, 1,098,000,
and they were just taking little bits of token from individuals. Yes, a few people may have done beyond the expectation, like the gentleman he mentioned in particular,
10,000
yes,
CDs.
singled out that he wanted to show appreciation. The confidence that the ordinary members of the party will have in the new executive, if the process is thorough, if the process is free and fair, if they are satisfied with the process, that confidence will be translated into them showing love and affection for whatever the party wants from them. Because it is one thing boasting that you belong to a certain political party, and the other helping that political party to be able to stand on its feet. That is very key. And so for every delegate, for every supporter of the party, if they understand what it means to raise revenue, to support the party for its operations, it would mean that especially the deprived communities or constituencies would have some resources, logistics, mobilization. Sometimes moving from one place to the other becomes very difficult. The 2024 elections will be very crucial. Government is thinking of working hard to retain itself in power. That's why they've been talking about breaking the 8. It also means that all the resources that they are putting together, all the resources they are putting together, we pumped into the 2024 elections. So you may see the incumbency advantage playing out. Apart from monies that will be doled out in terms of what we witnessed during the COVID period, we saw a lot of monies that were given out to people under the cover of giving them some rebate for me to revive their businesses. Many of the monies went to people just for free. I personally met people who said they were there and they just had a call and they dropped money into their account, and they could tell that it was a form of influence. This is going to happen in 2024, and so if you belong to the NDC and you appreciate what money does to parties' operations, this is the time that you must understand. And so I think that the delegates must have done their work, but the leadership, the new crop of leadership, must understand that it should not take 1 week or 2 weeks to a Congress for an influential person like the former president and all those who supported to be soliciting for funds. They should go beyond that, and as soon as they are declared, they should go out there during their thank you tours, speak to the people, encourage the people, and see how they will support them going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you want to build foundations, and as important as these foundations are, you want to make sure that these foundations also lead to legacies that would stick. So I mean, agreeing with you, I think there are certain things that the party hierarchy should look at institutionalizing. I mean, there's a very simple principle which we call the RIM principle. So they need to recognize what has to be done. They need to make sure that the party members habitualize it. Then it becomes internalized. Then it can be modeled to new and upcoming party members. I mean, for these principles, they ensure that we build very strong structures. I mean, this process in itself shows how formidable the party is as an entity. I mean, the other addendums would only make it stronger, and in making it stronger, it means it's making it more sustainable, because when a party assumes the reins of government, the party machinery works completely differently from when the party is in opposition. So I believe that once we are able to put all these jigsaws in place, the party would not only be one that would always be fighting to get into power, but once the party gets into power, there's a lot that will be done to sustain that momentum, and that momentum has to be set based on the principles you also ruled out before it can be sustained.
This is the election center. This is Wezo TV. We have been with you since morning. We can tell you on authority that the election appears to be almost over. A few minutes ago, we talked about 95% complete. As we speak, you can check from your screen, if you are sitting by your TV set, that the pitch is gradually being cleared. EC officials who are in charge of some of the regions which have completed their process are only waiting for the official process to end. I can see okay, that's not an EC official, that's Anthony Nupenu behind the microphone. And so for now, it's so good to see that gradually we are coming to an end. Some of us have been praying that we'll finish early to at least have some good sleep.
Yes, we'll go.
But it's not been easy.
We'll go home so our wives will massage the back of our heads.
Maybe if you are not fighting here, then you don't have a problem. You know, sometimes you have to beg them to do it.
You know,
if they think that you want to be too much authoritative.
You know, you have to find a way to. Just like we've seen some of the aspirants try to beg some of the delegates to go out there and get their votes. But then again, I mean, it's been a very feisty competition, and for all these aspirants that have come out here to sell their message, I believe now they are in a certain level of convocation, waiting very patiently for this process to be over. I mean, the EC officials have been fantastic as well. It seems to have been a very, very thorough process, and for me, I mean, the whole process has been admirable, very, very admirable.
Okay, so there's an announcement ongoing, so let's listen. Not be surprised if may now be the losers and other people will be celebrated for a victory. But you see, because they have been through this process before, they know what it means, and that is why I see the narrative from the beginning, even before the voting process, from some of the candidates that look, whatever way it is, our objective is to make sure our party stays strong and moves on. That is that thin line that separates bad losers from people who are genuinely interested in the party's well-being.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you took me back to the legendary story of Colonel Benasco,
yeah.
who voted for himself, but and his family voted for him, but he only ended up getting one vote. And he's like, well, what happened? At least my family voted for me. But I'm sure, I mean, mixed feelings are a part of this political process, and for every political process, as much as it seems like a zero-sum game, for internal political processes like these, it's about rallying people together. And I believe the party should take a cue from the fact that, you know, it's no matter how competent you are, if you are not united, you need to completely forget it. It's about pooling resources, human resources together. And for lots of these candidates that have gone out there and campaigned, they've campaigned on tenets that would take the party forward, would elevate the party, and nothing, absolutely nothing, will stop them from still contributing those tenets that they communicated, by helping whoever goes out there and wins these elections. So it's very, very important that they understand that there's a common goal, and for a party like the National Democratic Congress that is celebrating its 30th anniversary today, it's very, very great feat. They should understand that, listen, the greater goal is 2024, and if the party doesn't hold hands and work hard, it will still remain an illusion.
I think the leadership of the party must be commended. The Council of Elders and other groups within the party the United Cadres Front, the Professionals Forum, which was just adopted today at a ceremony which was part of this event. They have been very instrumental, and then the former president himself. You'd recall that after the Cape Coast incident, you didn't see a party that came to defend what happened. It was a collective condemnation of what happened in Cape Coast. So the signal came from the leadership was that we won't tolerate this. This is a party that has become attractive because of its track record. This is a party which wants to assure the average Ghanaian voter that there is hope. So if you look at the theme for this program, they are looking at rallying themselves, and they are saying that they are Ghana's hope. So the party wants to send that strong signal to the populace, and it is not Ghanaians alone. I am making reference to the diplomatic community. The diplomatic community, understanding the politics in Ghana very well, may by now know how the trend is likely to be in 2024. And so many of them will start associating with the NDC as a political party to leverage and to know how they can even lobby whatever interest they have going into 2025. And so whatever the NDC does today is what will make the diplomatic community appreciate them as a serious party preparing itself to recapture power. Not alone. I believe that even the community will be, what happens today will be to anybody. So you may be MPP, the biggest political party, which will be NDC's opponent, which will be interested in this. But there are many people who are observing what is happening, and because violence as party politics, voting processes and so on has been condemned by everybody, the action the party took at that stage sent a strong signal to any delegate or any group of people who may be planning to foment trouble or just to come here to mar the process. Again, because the party anticipated that they are a political party in opposition, and therefore there's the possibility of groups outside the party to send agents here to mar the beauty of the process, they worked hand in hand with the police and gave the police all the authority to deal with anybody. And that signal was sent from day one, from the beginning. You realize when we came here, Akufo-Addo was sending the signal. Anybody who spoke to the microphone was sending that signal to the delegates and the observers. And even yesterday, when we had conversations with them, they sent that signal that if you misbehave, they will hand over to the police. It will not be party business as usual. And of course, nobody wants to be in trouble because the party will not come to save you. That alone, in my opinion, has helped to manage this process, which has brought us this far. And as we are witnessing, we can say that the process is almost over, and very soon the atmosphere will change. The atmosphere of anxiety, the atmosphere of psychological antics just to make delegates who have confidence in their candidates feel happy. It happened in Cape Coast. People were cheering eventually. Those who were shouting and shouting, some of them quietly sneaked out because their candidates eventually lost.
Yeah, I mean, and these things are interesting to a certain degree. They are interesting because for everybody that has a sentimental connection to a candidate or to a cause, expressing that sentiment can be very tricky. It can be tricky because going forward, we've seen factionalism creeping to political parties, and in making sure that doesn't happen, we need to understand, or we need to ensure that there's a very distinct line drawn between going out there and cheering and staying on somebody's side. Because at the end of the day, the party is preaching unity, and that is the only premise on which it can go forward. I mean, listening to all the people that mounted the day after today and spoke, the theme was very clear. They spoke about the fact that, listen, Ghana is in very deep crisis, and people are looking forward to somebody to rescue them from that crisis. I mean, I don't want to list a litany of the crisis. I'm sure we'll be here till tomorrow. We'll talk about the fuel prices and everything, and Ghanaians are feeling the heat, and they need somebody, and the only way they can have an opportunity to more or less bring this entity to that dais where they would also contribute to rescuing them from this. It's being united. And so I believe for everybody that will be cheering, or everybody that will be tearing, and for everybody that will be raising up their hands in celebration, or everybody that will be raising up their hands in despair, at the end of the day, all the dichotomies will be lost. All the demarcations will be lost. The only thing that would be visible is the fact that I would celebrate a very, very free and fair process that has contributed a very significant building block to the party.
Yes, that is one strong point, but I also have one issue that should be of interest to the party. You would notice that the last 3 weeks of the campaign by the candidates, especially the main positions that were being contested, some of the campaign team members have made some comments, accusations, all kinds of statements have been made against some of the candidates, which for me looks like an unfair treatment of colleagues in this friendly contest that they want to talk about. And so those individuals who have gone on media platforms to make certain sensitive statements, I am just imagining how all these things will be put behind them after this evening or tomorrow morning. It would mean that there should be a conscious effort to identify any of such little misunderstandings or commentaries that may have gone to send wrong signals to even people on the other side. For these amends to be taken care of, so that the party, maybe by close of this year or early January, they can confidently say that, look, we've settled all the differences, we are all on one page, we've rebooted, and we want to look forward. But I think there's an announcement at the podium. Let's hear what they are saying.
Please, if you have no role, you are not a candidate agent, you are not an EC official, leave the voting arena. A number of the centers are done voting. We are left with just a few. And soon, when everything is sorted and all the ballot accounting is done, I am sure counting will commence. We want to thank you so much for the way you have turned out for the 10th Delegate Congress of the National Democratic Congress. We are a party that is prepared that after today will be further solidified in its preparation to win power in 2024 and bring about the building of a better Ghana once again. The Ghana that you and I will be proud of. The Ghana that we all want to live in. The Ghana that everybody will want to invest in. The Ghana that will be full of stability. The Ghana that will be full of development. For those of you who are preparing to leave, and for some who are on their way, drivers, I urge you to drive safely and send all delegates back to their destination safely. If it happens that you are tired and you get to a point that is safe, park and take a rest. I recognize the continuous presence of elders of this party who have found time to be here from morning till now. In a special way, let me recognize the presence of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyemang, who is here with us still. We thank you so much for your continuous presence, the love and support for this party. Thank you very much, Prof. We saw something during the group stages of the Qatar 2022. The Japan's camp did something exceptional, and all of us applauded them. I know we will do same here. So, agents, executives, observers, wherever you find yourself, any little litter around you, just collect, gather it, and place it at one point so that its collection will be very easier. I've seen that some persons sitting in front of the stage have done so beautifully, and we recognize that. I'm told a young man did that, and when I see his face, I will recognize him appropriately. Oh, I'm told that was done by Anansi. Anansi, we thank you so much for what it is that you have done. I want to have 100 of Anansis who will gather the waste that is within the area you find yourself and put it together so that its collection will be very, very easier. Then we would have learned something from the Japanese team, what they did during the group stages of the World Cup. They left their camp as if nothing has happened in that camp. I want that tomorrow, as people pass here, they will be wondering whether this was the place that hosted thousands of persons, because we had gathered the waste that we generated in a very beautiful way. I want to thank you. We especially chose the theme for this Congress, Rallying for Victory 2024, Ghana's Hope. And that hope that they have in us, will begin to exhibit it here today. We gathered together to elect leadership for the party. It is not a war situation, and it has never been so. And we have all demonstrated that we believe in democratic process within our party. And I know that NDC will be the winner. The NDC is going to win today and will continue to win tomorrow all the way to December 2024. when the ultimate victory will come. This announcement goes to 2 constituencies in Upper West. Wa West and Laura, you came together. Laura is in the bus. Wa West, you have finished voting and they are waiting for you. We are pleading, you know the location of the bus, that you agreed where the bus will be. Wa West, be preparing to join Laura so you can begin your journey towards where you are expected to either pass your night or continue to wherever you are going. Meanwhile, if you have no role within the inner perimeter where voting is taking place, if you have voted already, please begin to move out of the perimeter, because immediately we receive announcement of the final center voting, the inner perimeter will be cleared of all unqualified persons. You will be cleared to enable counting and collation to take place. We have had a very good Congress so far. We do not want anything to happen at this stage that could mar the beauty that we have seen up till this point. Please and please help us in clearing the perimeter. If you are not a delegate still in the queue to vote, if you have voted already, or you are not a voter, please leave the inner perimeter. Wherever you are seated, you will be able to observe the process very well. The last 3 centers are almost done. And once they finish, the sorting processes will begin.
With Laura, and we are yet to vote. We haven't voted yet.
Laura people came.
No, we haven't voted.
So go there.
Please, so that they will make the decision.
So go and
minutes ago, I stepped out just to observe the scene outside the stadium, and I saw more pickups of policemen, not armed per se, but in their riot control gear, landing or getting out from the buckets of the pickups that brought them. And many of them, you can see, are just getting ready. But I'm just wondering, some of them are young women and young men. I'm wondering if they are strong enough, assuming there's a problem here.
Yeah,
if they can survive it. That's what the lighter side.
Maybe they'll use their numbers, their strength in numbers.
I cannot judge them by their
judge
bodies.
them. Slim machos.
Slim machos. But there they are, well dressed. These days, the young policemen and women, I like their dressing, especially the women.
Yeah, I mean,
they wear slim fits.
Definitely.
You can see them well.
You know, today I saw one and I told her, please arrest me and take me away.
Gone are the days when they wear baggies and you see the policemen looking very tired. But these days, they look smartly dressed.
Definitely.
And that itself is a sense of confidence that I think if anytime I dress well and I'm in my car or I'm on the street, I'm in the office, some sense of confidence, I feel it.
Yeah, definitely.
And it drives whatever I do.
Yeah, I mean,
and that is, and if you have observed the prison service, the immigration service, they are copying the police service. So when you see them, many of them now wear dresses that really look nice.
Very
on
nice
them.
on them. Yeah.
But for those who have big stomachs, like, but why are you touching yours? Like yours and mine. Fortunately, mine is hidden under the desk, so you cannot see it.
I hope mine is as well.
You can see my arm and notice that yes, I have good body, except my stomach. But Randy, you have some figures before you.
Yes. So we are going to look at these figures. They are very important to this discussion because when you come to elections, trend analysis is very, very important. Now we start off in the year 2005. That famous Congress in Akufo-Addo, that had an electoral college of 1,600. I mean, bear a lot of these figures in mind, especially the number of people that voted. 2005. We had one of 1,600
compared to 9,000 today.
Compared to 9,000, so you see, we've come very, very far as a political party. And now I want us to start the analysis with two individuals.
Even before you go ahead, there's something very instructive as far as the number of delegates. 1,005 in 2005. Today they are talking about 9,000. You see, even 9,000. When we were leaving Cape Coast, some party officials were a bit worried that some candidates were camped for hours, and that was where the possibility of them being influenced could take place. And so I've heard some suggesting that the electoral college should even be opened, made bigger, just as we see for those who vie for the presidential slot.
But I think that the party experimented that with voting for parliamentary candidates.
Those are the uniforms.
Yeah, yes. I mean they look very elegant,
very nice,
very elegantly dressed.
These are policemen, Ghana police.
Yes. So the party did experiment that with selecting parliamentary candidates. It didn't work too well. So I think they completely abandoned the idea after that experiment. But then again, I mean, accountability.
One of the reasons why I think the party was a bit scared was that the album, as they call it, the voters register, they suspected that there was some infiltration. People who were not party members were managed to get their names in that register. And you know, the danger is that if the numbers are quite huge, they are likely to choose the wrong candidates for you in some particular areas, especially when it gets to the parliamentary primaries, where people would deliberately choose wrong candidates so that they will lose to the others. I'm told Randy and Wisdom are standing by.
Okay, so we'll cross over to Randy and Wisdom. They are in the thick of the action.
Of course.
Yeah.
The moment you have been waiting for is gradually here. per the statements and then the views we have picked from the grounds, it shows that I mean the voting process is gradually coming to an end. My colleague Wisdom was actually on the main grounds, and he's going to help me understand what really he picked up from the main grounds itself. Wisdom, what exactly did you pick? Because after the time we got here on the field, we understand some 2 regions were still voting. What exactly is the situation?
So that was why East and then Tyne constituency in the Bono region. These were the only 2 constituencies.
So 2 constituencies
that were left
different regions.
Yes, that were left voting at the time. I mean, that's just about 5 minutes ago, and so clearly we have just a little of them, just about 10-15 of them in the queue. Will be finishing so soon, and then
for the 2 constituencies.
Exactly, because those were the ones that are left. Now, if you can see, the EC has already started dismantling their polling booths, which clearly tells you that all of these regions that were voting have ended successfully without any issues. And so once these 2 are also done, then they'll be dismantling them, sorting out to continue. Then they can start counting and then bring all of them to the collation center, where they'll be collating all the 17 polling station results. Then they can do their declaration.
Before we even take a look at what the reaction of the candidates will be, if you take a look at just behind us, I can see more armed police officers. I mean, what does this signify?
These are police personnel who are having riot control gears. They're having riot control gears. You see the face shield, their club, and all of those. Now, what this tells you is that they are manning the various polling centers to ensure that nobody comes in to take in the ballot boxes away. And that's why you see them having that face-to-face engagement. So they are facing each other, others are also facing the crowds. Now, if you look at the various entry points, they are manning all of these entry points such that nobody comes in to do anything untoward. You've been hearing the announcer continuously say that if you know you have no business within the inner perimeters, just walk out, because they don't want to have any issues. Already, the blot that happened during the Women and the Youth Congress is still hovering around the neck of the NDC, and that they want to do everything possible to ensure an incident-free Congress, which will then mean that this particular one will wipe away that blood, because clearly from 6 a.m. when we started arriving till this time, everything has been smooth sail. There hasn't been any issues, and so they do not want anything to happen at this moment, because if you know, this is the moment where every heartbeat will now change.
So there the question comes in, what could actually be going through the mindset of the candidates, I mean, at this point in time, when, I mean, almost the delegates have casted their votes?
Now, if you're a candidate, what should be running through your mind is that 2 things. Should I take the cheers that were happening during the introduction of the delegate to be something that I can take to myself, or I should go back and be listening to the late Sir John, who says that fear delegates. So these are the 2 things that be running through their minds. If the cheers were anything to go by, then these individuals will be having a comfortable sail, or they'll be having a comfortable lead, I should say. But then if that is nothing to go about, then it means that what will be happening at the polling centers where the coalition will be done, that will be the final decider. Because now if you see them set, if you see them walk, their walkings are changing, their demeanors are not as it would have been, because now they are thinking, are the delegate choosing me? Are they choosing my opponent? What really are happening? Because somebody may say that, okay, I was cheering you up, wanted to vote for you, but I go to the polling station or the polling booth and then I change my mind. What really happens? So right now, they cannot be thinking straight. Nobody who is a candidate at that stage will be thinking straight, unless, of course, you came here to have a lost contest. So if you came in that, oh, for me, this contest, I don't hope to win, then you can have your peace of mind.
One, how would these delegates take the outcome of the elections? A loser and then the winner, how would they take it? 2, the other thing you should also take into account is the fact that almost all the candidates, when they were given the opportunity to speak at the first phase of the whole event, they spoke about unity, and at the tail end, they almost the speakers they also mentioned. Now, even the candidates were given time. I mean, Ampofo spoke. General Secretary also spoke as well. I mean, they basically spoke about unity, and then at the end of the day, they mentioned that the winner should be the NDC. What exactly will be their reaction after this whole declaration is made?
Now, this is coming out of a party that is bitter.
Yeah.
From a humiliating loss in 2016 to what appeared to be a stolen verdict in 2020. And so being in opposition for 8 years, going into 2024 is a rally, as the theme for the event says, rallying for victory 2024. You and I know that in 2002, when that fierce contest between Alhaji Idrisu Mahama, and then Obeda Samoa, we saw what happened in the 2002 elections, and then again 2005 at Akufo-Addo, we saw the aftermath of that Congress, which would say that brought in some level of disturbances and some grief between members of the NDC. This is a party. I mean, this particular contest is one that is also having semblance of that. And so clearly going into 2024, they are looking at the lives that were lost in Techiman South. They want to redeem that. A.U. Farouk came here and lost his life. They want to at least do something for these lost individuals, even if for nothing at all. Let's secure victory for them, so that wherever their souls may be, they say that, okay, NDC did this for us, and so let's say that NDC has done well. And so Ghanaians especially are hoping that the NDC will come and then salvage the situation where we are. We know the Abbas government has taken the country into, and so everybody is looking at what can the NDC bring on board, because Ghanaians know what the NDC can do. And so this election is very, very important to them, because if they do not unite at that stage, remember, it is the masses that's going to suffer. Ofosu-Ampofo may have his smooth sail. Maybe he wins this election. He knows what is at stake for him. He loses, he knows what's at stake for him. General Mosquito wins, he knows what's at stake for him. He loses, he knows what's at stake for him. But then the question becomes, what is at stake for the delegates or the grassroots members of DC? And so they are not going to say that, okay, we have had our share, had our sale, and so let's leave it at that. It is now a moment where the NDC is going to be thinking about what to do. Remember the speeches that came. One of them says that we should not be the NDC should not be using this moment where they should be campaigning and canvassing for vote for victory to be resolving internal matters. What this meant was that they are supposed to be rallying themselves, that yes, we've lost, yes, we are done. At the end of the day, it's the NDC. You are NDC, I'm NDC. It is better for us to put away our differences and focus on 2024 and save the situation. So that's key to this contest.
There's one other twist to this whole contest. I mean, with the chairmanship race, I mean, we are focusing on that because of the interest in there. Now, both parties, I mean, the two candidates have contested several positions in the party. The organizer position, and both have won. I mean, the various times that they went to contest, they won. So this list serves as perhaps the ultimate, where the two of them are contesting in the same bracket or in the same position. So one way or the other, this actually means that the winner in this one might perhaps be superior when it comes to, I'm going to rate it like maybe the Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo kind of story. Both players are phenomenal. I mean, they do so well, club level and what have you, but they have not won World Cup before. So maybe this might look like some kind of a big task for these two candidates.
Now, if you look at Ofosu-Ampofo, he's done his bid for the party. He has been General Secretary for the past 17 years. He's won 2 elections, he's lost 2. So 2008, 2012, he won. 2016, 2020, he lost. And so it's sort of, well, what bring again to the table to make sure that I win 2024 for the NDC. Ofosu will say that yes, I lost 2016 elections, but then again, there was gains in 2020. And so if you look at the dynamics of the 2020 elections, it was an appreciated vote that the NDC lost in 2016 that reached in the 2020 elections. And then there's also the conversation that yes, Ofosu-Ampofo as chairman, he brought NDC lot of members in parliament. They have 106, and then after that they moved to 137, meaning that he's helped the party and all that. So the conversation as to what each of these two candidates have done for the party, we cannot underrate it. Exactly. And so clearly this contest is up to the two to decide that after here what's like for the NDC. This is not a moment to be thinking parochial interests. Parochial interests may come in because of the level of investment that have gone into this election. And so these are the key issues that you'll be playing out.
Well, of course. So you can trust Wezo TV as well as XYZ. We are still here, and from the checks around, it looks quite clear that voting is almost ending. We're going to cross over to Eric in studio now for him to continue the conversation, but we will still remain here on the field. Monitor carefully how the sorting is going to be done, how the counting is also going to be done, so we can update you on all that is happening here at the Accra Sports Stadium. And of course, you want to add something?
Yes, I just wanted to say that if you look at the processes so far, it does look like we're going to be going home early. That is very, very important.
I don't know what time you have now. We were actually anticipating
it's 11:30 now. It's 11:30 now. And because if you look at the last congress that was held at Trade Fair, the Trade Fair, we left the Congress grounds around 5 a.m. That's when declarations were made. If you look at the MPP Congress, it was also around the same time, 5 a.m. And if you look at the Youth Congress, around 1 a.m. And so people who came here were anticipating that they'll be going home 5, 6 a.m. But then if you look at how smoothly this Congress has been, it tells you how prepared the NDC is for 2024. Because one may say that, look, the NDC as a party may not have been ready for 2020 elections because of the conversations that were around election. Late President Terry Rawlings made mention that the NDC should forget 2020 and focus on 2024, which I felt that they are doing very well. Everything indicates or shows that the NDC is really poised and focused for 2024, and this is the litmus test for that election.
There is one other position that is so key to the NDC when it comes to administration. That is the General Secretary position, where you mentioned Johnson Asiedu Nketi
17 years
manning that position for 17 good years. He's seen it all, where the party won elections, where the party lost elections as well. Now he is leaving that particular position. You recall he mentioned it earlier on the stage that he has resigned officially, and that's all clear to us. And he's now moving on to more or less a higher pedestal in the party hierarchy. Exactly. And now you have his deputy, Peter Boamotokuno, doctor, who is also vying for that particular position. Then you have two other people who key roles for the party. Former MP for Ketu South is in there, and then Elvis Afriankra, who served as youth and sports minister under the John Mahama administration, is also contesting in that position. How does it look like? Because this should be another keen interest for people.
Now, you look at the General Secretary position, one would say that the positions that win or lose this election for any political party is the General Secretary position, which is very key because of the roles that they play. And so one may be asking that these three individuals that have put themselves up for that position, what do they bring to the table? We know all of them. If we want to talk about their history, we're not going to finish now. Yes, so it puts us in a perspective where if you want to compare these individuals in terms of experience that they have, they've done very well. Elvis Afriankra, fantastic guy. Fifi Abikwete, solid. Otukono, you cannot underrate all of these individuals. And then you want to compare that to MPP's JFK, the level of experiences they have in terms of how they can win elections, in terms of how they can rally the grassroots. And so that particular position too cannot be estimated. But then again, I back to my point, the cheerings that came in during when their names were mentioned, if there's anything to go by, then we can say that, oh, ABCD has won. But then again, you cannot trust the cheers, because it could be that some of these persons who are cheering them up may not necessarily be delegates. delegates, but then maybe they could be observers or persons who are just loving them, just to mention that particular name.
Wizzy, thank you. We are still around. We are not done yet.
No, we are not done.
Early days yet.
Until the declaration is done. Yeah, we are here with the police.
Yeah, we are. I really admire their outfit. Trust me, this really looks good. Seeing Ghana Police Service in all of this outfit, I must say that, Charlie, this is a great thing to speak about. Yes. But of course, like I did mention earlier, stay with us here on Wazor TV and TVXYZ. We're going to get you all the updates as far as the NDC's 10th National Delegate Congress is concerned, right here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Randy. And I wish I was there. When you are tired, you are feeling sleepy, sometimes you need something to motivate you. So I wish I was where they are,
standing in front of the beautiful police people, and
of course
just enjoying the breeze and taking it easy.
No mosquitoes there.
Definitely. Yeah.
That's just on the lighter side. So gradually the EC is getting ready. So you can see the ballot boxes there. So they've been separated. The tables have been cleared. At this stage, very soon, they will be spreading out the ballot papers on the table. But what they will do first, if you see the enclave where they are located now, the party agents are all around for the various positions. So if they call out, let's say, National Executive Committee members or national organizers or any of the positions they are vying for, what will happen is that the agents will observe the cutting of the seal or the breaking of the seal. It's symbolic because people voted. They have a certain list of number of delegates. Whenever they drop the ballot papers inside the box, it's assumed that that seal shouldn't be broken. If it is broken, there will be a problem. For this particular exercise, those ballot boxes have not moved from one location to the other. So the issue about the breaking of the seal may not be very significant, but for the purpose of education to the larger public, you would notice that anytime voting ends at any polling station, all these ballot boxes are sent to what we call the collation centers. So one will come from station A, which is a primary school, station B, which is a church service, church premises, and so on. When they arrive there, they are supposed to be followed by the agents. That is where the seal is broken and the collation is done again, and the final results are tallied and then declared. So what they are doing now is that they are now taking the details from the the ballot sheet. They have serial numbers. So if the delegates are 1,002, for example, they will make sure that when they check what have been torn out works around that figure, they will put the figures down, and then when they open the ballot and they count them without sorting, they would want to be sure that if the serial number says 1,400, 1,500, the number of papers in the box must tally before they will now try to sort. The sorting would mean if there are 8 candidates, everybody will be sorting. I'm for candidate A, B, C, D, E, F, and then the spoiled ballots, they will show it to anybody to confirm that this is spoiled ballot. And then eventually when they finish, the sorted out ballot papers will then go through the counting process. It is at that stage that scenes around the stadium will change. So people are sitting in the stands, they are watching an agent who is representing the candidate of their choice. And so if you see a bulky
it sends a good signal to you
that even without counting, it sends good signal. But where the competition is very tight, you see ballot papers stabbed to this width. If maybe the cameras were capturing my palm this width, and then somebody will be almost the same. So that is where you have somebody beating a competitor by 2 votes or 5 votes or 6 votes and so on and so forth. So this is the process that we are getting to. So soon you start hearing the songs, the sloganeering, all those things any moment from now, and that is what will lift the excitement. There could be people outside the stadium having fun or just taking a rest or doing all kinds of things. When they hear the noise,
they'll come in,
they'll surface here, and everything will change.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we live for moments like these, moments where people have an opportunity to express their democratic rights, and all of these come with the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, we hope not for the bad and the ugly. We hope for the fortunate and not so fortunate. I try as much as possible not to use the word unfortunate, not so fortunate. But then again, I mean,
it's not easy to assume that nothing happened. Look, people have spent a lot of money for this election.
Yes.
If you look at the kind of banners that I saw, I'm just wondering if people, especially for those who know at a certain stage that it is a two-race course for some people, and therefore you are out, and still they went ahead to spend so much. Look, going around the 16 regions,
that's a lot of work. Yeah,
it is not just going to the capital. If you decide to move your car, fill the tank to Kumasi and back,
in Akufo-Addo's Ghana,
you can imagine how much you are spending. But this time you are going to the hinterland. You are going to the let me use it for lack of vocabs, the deepest part of this country, where you have the nature of the roads are so bad, the wear and tear. You are going to these areas to meet the constituents. Some of them may be bused to a certain location. You may give them some TNT. It may be token, but it is almost a convention for almost all political parties and candidates. So the TNT to the location, the water they will drink, the takeaway in terms of food you give them is so much. So if you are talking about 275 constituencies,
that's a lot.
And meeting the people, and with all the posters and the banners and everything we have seen here, and then bringing the delegates here, trying to please the delegates, give them token. People are spending tens of thousands of cedis just for a position to help the party. And so some of them may smile here that, okay, we've lost, it's party first, and therefore it's all over. But they may not be able to sleep well tonight. And some of them may have to be taken through some
therapy.
I tell you, it is not as
some counseling. Yeah.
Some eventually even abandon politics and say that, well, I'm giving up, because for them they don't understand the business of politics, so they lose confidence. In fact, they don't trust anybody, and they fold up and stay quiet in their corners. That is when sometimes some people say we have retired them out from politics. So it is not as easy as you are suggesting that, oh, you don't want to use the word unfortunate. Look, if you have gone through an election before, you will appreciate what it means. I can only pray that at this stage the first aid, that's the makeshift clinics that are around should be around. They should be here.
I mean, I understand this because my daughter came home one day and she said she was excited about going to contest for I think class prefect, and so she came home. I was like, how did the election go? She was like, well, I go one vote. I was like, who voted for her? She's like, she voted for herself. And that was it. And she was very distraught about it. I told her, don't worry, I mean, it's an election, anything can happen. Maybe they preferred someone else, but so I understand that a lot of these people would be very disappointed, and some will be excited, but I think before we're having a look at some of the numbers, and some of the numbers that have caused affection and disaffection in the past. And we started off by looking at these numbers. Well, I think there's an announcement going on, so we'll cross over for that.
Not wearing a tag will be removed. So make sure, if you are an agent, you wear your tag in such a way that it will be visible to the electoral officer in charge of the station and the security persons who will come around. We don't want unqualified persons to be within the voting arena. We have received information that the last center is about concluding, and because more than 90% have done so. We want the security to start clearing from our right side here, because all that side have finished voting. There's no voting going on there. So if the person is not wearing a candidate agent tag, please, you must clear everybody. If they are not wearing candidate agent tags, they must be cleared. If you are an agent, make sure your tag is visible. If you are an agent, wear your tag in such a way that it will be visible to the security persons. We are clearing the voting perimeter. We have 9 positions per polling station of 17. So we have formed 4 counting teams for each of the polling stations. We want to speed up. So what it means is that the counting is taking place at where the voting took place. Okay. So we have formed 4 counting teams of 4. In other words, each counting team is made up of 4 of officials. 4 of officials will constitute 1 counting team, and they will count 3 positions. The agents are there as requirement. When the counting is done, I think you didn't follow well or it was not properly counted, you have the right to call for recount, but don't abuse the recount. Now we are waiting for the Upper West group. Within the next 10 minutes, they will be set. Then we'll give the go ahead. Please, as I have commended you, continue to be at where you are, because the agents are representing the candidates and they are observing anything that is going on. When the counting is done, the result declaration form will be completed. The officers will sign, the agents will sign, and the agents will take their copies. They will now bring the copies to their candidates to account for the work that took place at the police station. So let's sit at where we are avoid unnecessary movement and allow them to do the counting so that we'll finish on time. When they finish the counting, they will bring the results here for the collation. Then we will collate the 17 results per position and declare the final results. It means that when you win one polling station, you have not won the election. Because we are talking of 17 polling stations results. So please, it's good to celebrate, but wait for that to finish the collation of the 17 different results before you can say that you have won. Thank you very much for your understanding. I will continue to praise you. But when they are set, I will give you the light that now we are starting the counting. Then we can start. God bless everybody. We have agreed with the Electoral Commission that considering the number of centers we created and the number of ballot boxes, it is very possible that in the course of meandering through and dropping the ballot papers, an organizer ballot could be dropped in, say, a deputy organizer ballot. And so when it is poured out for sorting and such a situation is found, the ballot will be moved to its appropriate location where it's supposed to be. This agreement we have reached before the opening of the ballot boxes. So we don't have a situation where you want to treat that as a foreign material. Even though it's not supposed to be there, we'll identify the appropriate place it's supposed to be, and then it will be placed in the encountered as such. So candidate agents, take note, so you don't treat that information or that action as taking a ballot from a box and adding to. So the technical term is that it is not a foreign material per se, it's a stray ballot because it's just within that center. So it's a stray ballot that is being returned home. So that is what they are doing. So candidate agents, take note and cooperate with the officials who will be performing this function. Thank you. Officers, it also means that when you finish counting a particular position ballots, record them, but don't fill the form because you may have to bring in a stray ballot paper. So be sure that you are filling the counting, accounted for all the stray ballots, and put them at their right places before you fill the statement of the poll, so that you don't do cancellations and the rest. Finish counting, or when you finish position 1, record them and the agents will see. Then you go to 2, 3. So when you finish all the 9 positions, you would have now detected all the possible stray ballots. Then you can be adding them and get the final result before you complete the results declaration. But whenever you find a stray ballot, show it to the agents. Show it to the agents for them to understand that you are not bringing them from outside the ballot boxes. God bless you. My friends from the police, Dr. Garba, we would now wish that your people will take control of the burial polling stations and cordon of the place, so that nobody can come there to interfere with the ballot papers or do any form of snatching and what have you. Thank you very much. For transparency's sake, let us allow the accredited media persons to also observe. So we are expecting staff of the Electoral Commission, the candidate agents, the security yourselves, and the media as observers to allow the media to cover if they want to take pictures, if they want to video, whatever. But they should not be touching the ballot paper. They should cover it, but they should not be touching the ballot papers. The electoral committee of the party has also informed me that they also want to be observing. They are allowed. Candidates can also observe. It's allowed. The spouses of candidates are also allowed. So, be there. Their spouses can be there. The electoral college of the party can be there. The media can be there. The security people can be there. The agents can be there. And the staff of the electoral commission. But none of them should be interfering with the counting. The ballot paper should be handled by only electoral commission staff. Thank you very much. Staff of the electoral commission, you can now start by the arrangement. Start the counting. Open the boxes and do the sorting and start the counting. Thank you. has been created up till this point. Counting is ongoing, and we pray that there will be maximum protection. However, as announced by Director of Electoral Services, Dr. Srebo Kweku, we are allowing the media, the cameras, to cover the counting process. So space should be created for the media to be able to cover the activities. Space be created for the media to be able to cover the activities for purposes of transparency, as announced by the Director of Electoral Services, Dr. Srebo Kweku. The Electoral Committee of the party equally supports and endorses that process. What we want is for protection of the ballot papers and ballot boxes that are yet to be counted, but the media be allowed to be able to cover so that people who are not here, majority of delegates who have left and are home, can also see what is going on. So to engender transparency, we want the media to be allowed access to be able to cover the counting process. However, nobody is allowed to interfere with the counting, whether candidate agent, or even members of the party elections committee are not allowed to interfere with the counting. Counting will be done, sorting and counting will be done only by officers of the Electoral Commission. Only officers of Electoral Commission can sort and count. Agents, your duty is to observe. If you find a particular ballot should be rejected, you can draw the attention of the officers in charge. You are not to interfere with the counting. The media, your coverage should be such that you don't also interfere with the sorting and counting. However, you are allowed to be able to cover the counting process, to engender transparency and to build democratic practices in our party. We thank you very much, our very abled men and women in uniform, for the excellent job you've done so far. And we know we will finish this process with you in a way that we will say, thanks be to God for such a wonderful and a great day that He has given us. We thank you. The victory of NDC will come again. Identify your collation agents and get them ready.
94.
Presiding officer, I have something to say. We wish that you raise the paper so that we see whether the bag is endorsed or not. I know it's tedious. Yes, one. So that at least when it flags, we can see whether the bag is endorsed or not.
It's an upper problem. Okay.
I know it's difficult.
So it's a matter of raising.
Yes. So that we can see.
Candidate number 3.
Please, can you move the response
Very important to know.
Have we resolved if they are?
All right, so this is the counting of the national organizer position for Greater Accra, and counting is still ongoing. Now that is candidate number 3's vote, which they are counting. Let's go back and then have a feel of the officer who is in charge of that process.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. So this is the first 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44.
So 43.
So
43.
43, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78.
All right, so I should say actually that was the national vice chairperson position, actually, which counting has been done for candidate number 3, that is Madam Sherry Aite. Candidate number 4 on that ballot paper is the Seth Ofori-Hene. Seth Ofori-Hene is number 4, and let's go and have a feel of his counting.
6, 7, 8.
All right, so that is Ofori-Hene's, ballot papers that they are counting. But then we'll move to some other polling centers and then have a feel of how counting is ongoing. I should say that we are now moving to polling station number 2, where sorting out is being done, and that we are actually having a feel of what the presiding officer is doing, and that is still the national vice chairperson position. They are doing counting for candidate number 5, that is Alhaji Sofo Asoka. Let's have a feel.
56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Please tie this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 147.
That is the result for Sofo Asoka, Greater Accra B. That is 147 for Sofo Asoka for Greater Accra Region polling station B. Now, if you go to the ballot paper as they appeared, we have all of these individuals, about 8 of them who were contesting for that position. So we are now going to have the vote of Honorable Alhaji Amadou Sorogo. Alhaji Amadou Sorogo is number 6 on the ballot, and his ballots are now being counted by the EC officials here at Greater Accra Polling Station B.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Alhaji Amadou Sorogo, 25, Greater Accra Station B. Greater Accra Station B. So we are moving on to Alhaji Habiba Dramani. Alhaji Habiba Dramani, who is number 7, and then we'll have the EC officials count his ballot papers as well.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Candidate 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
So that is Greater Accra Polling Station B. Now Alhaji Sherif, he had 48 from Greater Accra Polling Station B. Alhaji, he had 48. Now Abanga Yakubu, he was moving with the hashtag Obiabedidi Peche. He had 91 votes from Greater Accra Region Polling Station B. Now Madam Sherry Aite, she's a current vice chairperson, and she put 101. Said Oforihene had 12. Sofo Azoka 147, Amadou Sorogo 25, Alhaji Habiba 10, and the Enyonam Evelyn had 23. There were 3 rejected ballot papers. Now I'll now go back to Eric, who is standing by in studio to continue the conversation.
This is the election center. This Wizard TV, and this is TV XYZ. We are wrapping up. You can tell from our faces that we are all tired, but the energy is still there. We'll be with you from now till the results are officially declared by the Electoral Commission. We are monitoring several platforms, and the figures we are seeing are quite surprising, because before the contest there were all kinds of speculations. People were putting their bets on some of the candidates, but we are looking at an interesting trend. What can you share before I look at some of the figures? Provisional figures I have.
Yes, so we are picking some intel from the ground. The die is cast. Things are getting more clearer. The picture is being painted. A few of the candidates definitely are inching closer to knowing their fate. Like I said, we've picked intel from the ground, your election powerhouse, which is live on Wizard TV, and TV XYZ as well. We are picking some intel that for one of the most keenly contested one of the most keenly contested positions, which is the General Secretary position, our intel on the ground is telling us that Fifi Fiavikwete has a very strong grip of that position, with the numbers that are trickling in. currently Fifi Fiabikwete is looking odds-on favorite to walk away with that position.
The prediction is that he's
likely to be the next general secretary.
Some interesting figures, and these are provisional figures. We believe that the EC will eventually announce the official results. Why it is possible for us to tell you what we are picking from the various tables where the sorting and the counting is being done is that the media has been allowed to get closer. So where the collation is quickly done, some information is passed out. Now, for example, if you go to Center 10, that's where Upper West and Northeast region had the elections. You have the figures we cannot confirm because EC will be the official source. Fifi Kwete, for example, pulled 86. Fifi Kwete pulled 385. 385. That's massive. Elvis 86. And Peter Otukuno 125. Wow. If you go to Savannah and Bono East, the provisional results we are picking suggest that there were total ballot casts of 573 out of 625 in the booklet, unused ballots 52, spoilt ballot 0, total rejected 2, and total valid vote cast was 571. Elvis 44, Fifi Kwete 418, Otu Kono 109.
Wow.
If you go to the general secretary position for the central region, Fifi 361, Elvis 113, Otukono 201, which is giving you a certain indication.
The trend.
Northern region, sector 5, the provisional results we have. Don't forget that the EC will be announcing the official results. So these are some of the figures we are picking. For example, I've seen some figures that sound quite interesting. For example, I cannot confirm, but what has been passed to some of the social media platforms suggests that, for example, the Council of Elders were split
right in the middle.
Johnson Asidun Ketia and the chairman Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. But these are some interesting figures. In fact, I cannot share what we have because we respect the EC's mandate. And so for now, we can give you a gist about what we are picking and how things are unfolding. Eventually, when it is shaping well, we will let our audience know. But as far as the general secretary position is concerned, what we can project from the figures we are picking is that Fifi Kwete seems to be in a comfortable lead.
Definitely a comfortable lead. Wow, that sounds a bit familiar. But then again, I mean, Fifi Kwete, very shrewd politician, been through the mill. And key thing is that this was a very keenly contested position that had Samuel Otukono, Buama Otukono, and it had Elvis Efiri-Ankra. I mean, these are what? I mean, when it comes to politics in the NDC, they have their dues. I believe it was one of the most unpredictable battles in this election race. But like I said, from the numbers we are picking up, based on trends, I mean, it seems to be quite a big gap, a lot more than we expected. We will be picking up more intel. Our ears are on the ground. We're picking up more intel on how the trends are going. And trust us here on Wezo TV and TVXYZ to bring you up to speed with all the results. But all in all, the tensions are rising. I can see people standing all over, holding pieces of paper and calculators. They say Ghanaians like to do calculations, and these are the times when people are actually calculating. The eagle eyes are out. We hope the claws are not, though. People are calculating, people are anticipating, people are eager to find out. We are in the wee hours of Sunday, and it's looking like it's going to be a very long night for some and a short one for some.
What makes it interesting for many political analysts will be looking into who these personalities are and how the results have panned out. Elvis and Otukono were deputy general secretaries of the party. Fifi was not an official party executive. So if the results we are witnessing is anything to go by, it will be shocking that you have two party officials who have been at the helm of affairs for a period. Elvis, a former deputy general secretary, Otukono, a former deputy general secretary, because he relinquished that position and was going for the bigger pie. And the assumption would have been that the party has dealt with all of them, Fifi being a former propaganda secretary, almost like a communication officer. So people who are delegates, old and young, will be digging the history of Fifi, his performance as propaganda secretary, his performance as a former minister of state at that time, and his relationship with the party and the leverage or the input he made at the time, and what many accepted as his value addition to NDC then in 2008, winning the 2008 elections and forming government in 2009. All right, so let's go back to the EC offices on the field here at Accra Sports Stadium. Wisdom and Randy are standing by.
So currently we are at the voter reaching polling station, and sorting out has been done. Counting is ongoing, and they are doing counting for candidate number 2 for the Zongo caucus. So now we are on Zongo caucus coordinator, and that is what they are doing now. Now if you look at the ballot paper, we have 5 of these individuals who have put up themselves to be voted for as the Zongo caucus coordinator of the National Democratic Congress. And so now moving on to candidate number 2. Let's have a feel of how counting is going.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 80, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. It's 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61.
161 for candidate number 2 on the ballot. Now, if you look at the candidates, we have Abbas Zukarian Karim Kambari. He is number 1 on the ballot. We have Alhaji Abu Sadat. He is number 2. Muhammad Mohammed Cole Yanga. He is number 3. Abdulaziz Mohammed number 4. And then Yakubu Mohammed Mudi is number 5. Now it's counting for candidate number 3, Alhaji Abu Sadat.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77.
No, West is again. West.
Okay, so this is West.
79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. So we have 185 for Honorable Dr. Sherry Aite. Understood? 185. 185. Yeah, 185. Okay, we are moving on to the fourth candidate. That's Set Ofori Ohene. Set Ofori Ohene. 1, 2, and 3. Set Ofori Ohene. 3. Okay. Moving on to the fifth candidate. That's Awudu Sofo Azoka. Pardon me if I mention the name wrongly. Okay. So let that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Okay. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. First 100. All right. Now let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. So you have 141 for yes, Sofo Azoka. And 141. Understood.
37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55,
is locating, so that you will join it. You know where the bus is located. Please move there now. I'm told only 4 of you are delaying the movement of the bus. They will not continue to wait for you. After some time, they will leave. Please and please, if you are not,
it's getting the ambience is getting absolutely heated right here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Sorting is done, counting is ongoing. The pictures are becoming much clearer. The boys, they say, are being separated from the men. People are being stung by mosquitoes. People as well are riding on the wave to ensure that tonight we would walk away with what would be a successful Congress. Eric, I'm sure you're following happenings, and you can feel the vibe.
You can feel it's like something is missing and people are looking for it in the air. Sometimes when we are about to speak, people start paying attention to us. The next time you see people moving around, but what I can see is that as for Fifi Kwete, it appears as if the EC will come and do what we are talking about. For the chairmanship position, I think I've seen a lot of activity, a lot of excitement around Johnson Asiedu Nketiah's camp, and I've seen people moving and singing. Is it General may go or Chairman may go? That song they've been singing.
Yeah, I think it's Chairman is good.
It is the replica of the NDC song Revolution has a long way to go, and they say General may go or Chairman may come or something like that. No, Chairman may go and General will come and somebody has come to stay or something like that. This is the excitement around this area, but it is too early yet. Maybe the EC, for one reason or the other, is also holding on with the counting of as many of such ballots, just to bring that excitement around the declaration of the results. But for now, it appears we are almost through with the processes, and you can tell that the EC officials are now collating the results. I've seen some provisional figures. For example, I cannot authenticate it until EC speaks, but for example, it appeared as if the executives of the NDC, when they voted, it appeared as if many of the executives of the NDC voted for General Johnson Asiedu Nketiah.
What's that picture looking like?
And that picture looked like you continue the conversation. Let me try to pull.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's looking like it's tilting towards a certain side. For all of us that have monitored this election all throughout the day, we can all agree that it was very keenly. So, Eric, what are the pictures looking like?
If you look
on
at
that side,
the national executives of the NDC, they voted at one location, and if you look at the figures, Johnson Asiedu Nketiah had 78. Samuel Yao Edusei had 2.
Single two.
Okay. Ofosu-Ampofo had 27, and Ni Amashite had 2. And this is the EC's pink sheet or whatever they call it.
Wow.
This one doesn't look pink, but that is it. That
evidence is on the face of it.
So I'm sure if perhaps I was showing this to the camera, it would have been appropriate, but later we will share. And this is the national executive. So among the national executives of the NDC, Asiedu Nketiah pulls 78 votes and Ofosu-Ampofo pulls 27. That looks quite interesting. I've seen another figure, I cannot take it, but it tells me that the Council of Elders of the NDC, there was a tie.
Wow.
Among all those put together as Council of Elders of the NDC, when they voted, among them, Yao Edusei 2, Mosquito, that's General Mosquito, had 78, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo 78, and Niama Shite 2.
I think Niama Shite and Samuel Edusa, they seem to have the two trends.
Maybe they themselves and their campaign managers.
Because two, I mean, it's running through.
Yes, but you see, the trend looks quite interesting. It tells you the level of respect and the level of caution, if these figures are anything to go by, among the Council of Elders, to be very measured in handling the two leading members of the party. So I can see or feel that in the representation, i.e. the figures that we have, which are provisional. But what makes it a bit intriguing is the national executive of the NDC. This is a body including Johnson Asedun Ketia, including Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. And if they go to vote, and Asedun Ketia will have almost 78, Ofosu-Ampofo 25 thereabouts, it tells you, it gives you a certain picture. And these same executives are likely to be the ones who will also be having the interface with delegates at different levels. A delegate may call a certain executive, I'm confused, what do you think I should do? So all these things will play out. But for now, these are provisional results. And so let's wait for the Electoral Commission to finish quickly. It's almost 18 minutes to 2 o'clock. We were thinking we were going to leave here by midnight or 1 o'clock.
Yes, we've done an extra two.
That your wife will see you by 5 a.m.
I'm sure she's watching right now. She's following very keenly. So I'll say good morning. That's if she has not done stuff. But quite interestingly, whoever loses that chairmanship election, I mean between the two top dogs, will automatically become a member of the Council of Elders. How does that change the dynamic?
Your question again, I was listening to the song at the background, but
you know, I mean, I can't blame you. I was listening as well. I mean, it's euphoric here right now.
Council of
so whoever loses that, I mean, among the two top contenders, whether it is the current chairman or the current general secretary, whoever loses that berth will automatically become a member of the Council of Elders. How does that change the dynamic?
No, not really. The Council of Elders play the role of an advisory council or an advisory board. They have influence, but normally they sit back and observe the party to operate. It's almost like you go to UK and you have the Queen, or this time the King, who is the leader, yet they don't really interfere that much. When they think something is not going well, then the party will go to them for advice and so on and so forth. So in this case, he obviously will be part of that group. They will play the advisory role, but that doesn't mean that they are the ultimate body that will take final decisions as far as the party is concerned. The party's decision is with the executives of the party, but they may do so in consultation with the Council of Elders or seek their advice. That is my understanding of that rule.
Okay, definitely. So it's getting heated. We can hear the songs. People are chanting, people are singing. I believe people will start dancing very soon. From the look of things, it's getting very interesting.
Let me invite some of them and then have a feel
of what's going on.
What is really going on.
So please, you want to join us? Those of you singing, you want to join us on set? Let's have a feel of how it's going. So you can see.
So you can feel them singing. I will take the microphone there.
Yeah, so as you can see, or as you can feel, it's getting a bit more euphoric. People have crystal balls that they are gazing into. So since even though the EC has not declared yet, they are gazing into their crystal balls and they are anticipating wins for their favorite candidates. So you can see from the cameras, it's getting heated and heated. Maybe they know something we don't know, Eric. Maybe they know something we don't know.
What is happening? The agents are scattered at the various locations where the coalition.
heard some of the results trickling in, and it's looking good. It's going to be a landslide victory.
How do you determine that when officially the EC has not announced?
There is something called provisional results.
Exactly.
And once the provisional results are coming and it's geared towards a certain direction, clearly you can see. You understand? You have no option than to accept the reality.
You have the provisional results.
Yes, I have some of the provisional results.
What does it tell you?
Well, it tells me General Mosquito is our new chairman.
Are you not just cheering him for cheering?
No, I'm not cheering for cheering sake. Look, we here have worked hard for this. Sleepless nights. The number of calls we have placed through to delegates to campaign to them day and night across the country. It hasn't been easy for us. So we are happy. And if you don't take time, some people are even going to share tears of joy.
Anyway, thank you so much for speaking to us. So the celebration is ongoing, and trust me, of course, many of the followers and supporters of Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia believe that with the provisional results they have gathered so far, he is in a comfortable lead. But of course, we are still waiting for the EC to officially come out with such an announcement. So it's all a jubilation here at the Accra Sports Stadium.
That was Brandy's report. The gentleman said they are going to share tears of joy, and when he spoke, I could look through his eyes as somebody who thinks that the campaign they launched and the work they did on the ground across the country is making but what we can say is that they are counting as many as 9,000 ballot papers. Some has called a little over 100. And so until this progress now across the 4,500 plus margin, where you can be very sure that you have beaten the half mark for their two candidates. You are likely to laugh at the side of your mouth. Yeah. But I have seen some figures myself, and I can say that those who have openly campaigned for Johnson Asiedu may have every reason to begin to assume that they are not.
Wow, definitely. The most General Mosquito's followers are excited, but then again, early days yet, very.
So on the screen is the chairman Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. I can tell from his body language that he's waiting patiently for the EC's official declaration, and it's beauty that he's put in a strong fight, and I'm sure nobody knows, anything can happen, and as they count the figures, you see something different. But if I read from his body language, it doesn't show the confidence that I have seen around such a huge personality when it comes to politics, and how he carries himself around when he's excited. That is not what I am seeing, but I may still be speculating.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a lot of speculations flying around. Exactly why we are waiting for the Electoral Commission. People are already jubilating. Like I said earlier, they might know something that we do not know. But the atmosphere is completely charged here at the Accra Sports Stadium at the 10th National Delegates Congress of the National Democratic Congress. And we've been here all day beaming live on TV XYZ and Razor TV.
And this is the election center.
We're actually the election powerhouse. We are bringing you all the nitty-gritty. I don't think anybody brings as much action as we do. I mean, from all the angles, from the eagle's eye view to the bird's eye view, down to expert analysis and a little bit of history from Eric. It's been fantastic all day.
It's been exciting. It's a learning process. What brings joy is your understanding of what the people do, and yours is to be fair in your reportage and then tell the story as it unfolds. And we've done a number of analysis. On the screen now is Johnson Asiedu Nketia. As I told you, you can see a certain confident, smiling Johnson Asidi Katia, and people who obviously may have been in his camp around him, and the story that is being told from the smiles on his face compared to the chairman we saw a few minutes ago falls within the narrative that we are observing on the ground, where his supporters are singing and they are saying they are very confident he's in a comfortable lead, and they believe that as the EC prepares to take the podium, he will officially be endorsed as the chairman of the NDC going into the 2024 elections.
Definitely. I mean, we are anticipating a lot. We definitely would ensure that as far as the news trickles in, we would bring all of it to you on the minute. This is your most reliable election center. So once it all trickles in, we will definitely make sure that we furnish you with all of that information. Now, Eric, for a lot of people, I mean, they've gone through the rigors of being here all day. It's been tough.
And so what we are observing appears to be people are now taking photo opportunities with the General Secretary or outgoing General Secretary or outgone General Secretary of the NDC, looking very confident. Let's see if we can pick the ambience around. Okay, we've lost it. So that's the story. But that is not all. There are other positions that were contested. Okay, so as we were speaking, you know, we saw some of the Ofosu-Ampofo for a while ago. Our reporters around the days where the top officials are seated are saying he has just left the scene, probably to take a rest, because the pressure that is coming, the subtle excitement on the faces of people who support General Chairman, because that appears to be what is unfolding. General Chairman Sedun Ketia, if I were him, I would just relocate and eventually surface again when the EC has officially declared the results. And from what I see, assuming that what we are monitoring, the trend will remain as such, among those who may not be lucky enough, it will not be bad if he speaks on behalf of those who things may not go well for them. I was making reference to other positions. So now it appears the focus or the excitement was around the national chairmanship position and that of the general secretary. I mean, those are we know how ones. Things are unfolding. But the deputy national chairman position is also of keen interest to many people, where you have the first national vice chairman and the second national vice chairman. Don't forget that somebody like Alhaji Said Sinari was vice chairman of the party. He decided not to contest again and went all out to support Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. So he was a tall figure as far as the NDC is concerned. So among the list who are vying for national vice chairmanship position, it will be interesting to know one of the two who may be assumed to be filling the shoes of Alhaji Said Sinari. Then the deputy general secretaryship position, 8 people are contesting. And if you look at the table, look at the number of ballot papers that are yet to be opened to be even able to decide where the sorting will go. And if you check, I would not be surprised that it will be the national executive members' ballots that are being sorted, because they are 19. And if you look at how the placements are being done, you can tell that it is at least more than 8, which means it is not the deputy general secretaryship position that this particular table is working on. Then we have the deputy national organizer, 4 people, deputy communications officer, 5 people, and the national Zongo caucus, 5 contestants. So we have a long way to go. Yes, people may still be speculating with the provisional results as far as the general secretary and what appears to be the trend looking at the figures that are coming in for the national chairmanship position. But lots of delegates are still interested, and I believe that the leadership of the party will still be interested in who fills the other positions that have been contested for today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are all waiting with very bated breath for who fills what and who wins what. The counting is ongoing as we speak. It looks quite arduous for the Electoral Commission. 9,000 delegates from the length and breadth of the country. The rank and file of the National Democratic Congress descended on the Accra Sports Stadium today, where the 10th National Delegates Congress is currently ongoing. It's very electrifying. I mean, I've seen ambiances like this, but today's is different. It's different because it came with a certain degree of serenity. That didn't look too cumbersome, etc. It didn't look too cumbersome. It came with that sort of serenity. It didn't look as chaotic as you'd expect it to look. And so people came here, went about what they had to do, and still came out with the result we wanted, which was a very peaceful election. I mean, it shows you that the party, in building the structures, is making headway.
Yes, and because they also understand, because people are becoming more matured and they understand that whatever they are doing, the camp they are picking. Actually, they also understand that at this stage, what is important is that the image of the party is at stake. And because the image of the party is at stake, it is important for delegates to comport themselves. This is an enclosed area. We have been gated. This is the stadium. So if you misbehave, go far. Men here obviously are here to do their job. So while we commend the delegates for their maturity, we must also congratulate the candidates for the level of accommodation they had in spite of the provocations during the campaign. And so you would notice that as they go, it's full of smiles, full of expectation and wish for delegates to remember them when they enter the boxes. But be it as it may, the elections are over, the results are trickling in. Those who have won may know so by now, but what we have shared so far are provisional results, and the Electoral Commission is the final authority, which should happen any moment from now.
Very long day, and going to another. It's been a long 2 days. If you look at but for the other positions as well, which
yes. Yes, the national organizer position, we have Joshua Hamidou Akamba, who is the incumbent and is seeking re-election. We have Henry Osei Akoto, Madi Mohammed Jibril, CD Abubakar, a former national youth organizer of the party, Solomon Yao Nkansa, a former national communications officer that went into the 2016 elections. So CB and Solomon Nkansa were removed or became disappointed. Let's listen to what is happening.
Alright, so let's get to speak to somebody who is part of the road. Why are you celebrating road? We are celebrating because Fifi has won massively. Who has won? Fifi has won massively. And you always need to follow who knows road. Someone who you can trust. someone who can give accountability to everything that we do.
The EC has not declared yet. Why are you saying he has won?
Because if we can see what is going on and the numbers that we brought in, we have confidence that we have the comfortable lead.
Great. So let me speak to another person also who is part of the jubilant crowd. Why are you celebrating? Why are you jubilating? Why are you excited?
Thank you very much. Honorable Vivi Kote has assured the rank and file of the NDC that when they give him the nod, he will collect results on time. So because of that, we as Team Vivi Kote decided to monitor this election, and we conducted our collation, and we have seen that Vivi Kote is in a comfortable lead and has won the election by over 80% endorsement.
But the EC has not officially declared. How do you conclude?
As a matter of fact, we wait for the EC official announcement, but we are telling you that we are from a man who believes in collation and knows that faster collation cannot let anybody put his hands into that election. So we have collated our results earlier, and we are confident that the provisional results we have gotten from our agents is the original results that the issue will be declaring. So Vivi Kote is a new general secretary elect, and Johnson Asedungetia is a new national chairman elect.
What region is this? What region is this?
In fact, we are a combination of different regions altogether. I am from the northern region, and I'm here because of Honorable Vivi Kote.
Great. So there you can hear from some of the jubilant crowd here, of course, telling us why they are celebrating and singing and cheering as far as this whole election process is concerned. It's getting quite interesting because we are still waiting for the EC to officially announce or declare the various winners. But from the drumming and cheering and singing, you can really feel that the atmosphere is really charged. A lot of the people believe that, well, their candidates are winning. But few minutes ago, we realized that some of the candidates actually walked out of the premises. Perhaps they might return. But trust Wezo TV, of course, we have you covered, and we'll tell you much more about whatever is happening right here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Well, so I understand Senior Eric is still on standby. Let's cross over to the main studio now for Eric to take it up for me.
Very much, Randy. Stay there, don't go far, because the EC is getting ready. I've seen the policemen repositioning themselves as the EC gets ready to announce the results. So I can tell you that from where I sit, I can see that the policemen have gradually moved away from where the collation was being done. So they've almost formed about 3 groups, and they've barricaded the area around the podium where the announcement will be made. But for now, it's excitement all over. I've seen the flyers, the banners of Vivi Kote being moved around by a group of young men, drumming, dancing, doing the Agbaja rhythms, the Bobobo rhythms. Of course, Vivi Kote comes from Ketu South area, and his region, which may have given him the votes, are excited. So you can hear the drumming and dancing at the background. So that's one of the races. But as we speak, you would notice that many of the delegates are still seated comfortably. What do you think is going through their mind?
Those are not too sure, that's still hanging on. And to that very they would be out there and expecting that something will happen. And for those that are not there, a lot of them have jumped onto the pitch and now celebrating. And so it's very mixed feelings.
So it only tells you that those who are enjoying came here for one objective. They came to hear the results of their candidate. They don't care about the rest. That's what I am observing. There are others who wanted some specific individuals to be declared winners if delegates were going to vote for them. And for them, that is satisfying enough. And they can only wait to know how the whole picture will eventually unfold. And then we live here. So it's been an exciting story. On the screen, one of the tables is already doing the counting, and so maybe we may have to observe briefly if we can pick the ambience. Otherwise, we engage some of the party delegates who are around to have a feel of the mood in which they find themselves now and how they see the process so far. So take it over. Let me just signal one or two to join us.
Okay, so for a lot of people that would go out there and cast their ballots for their preferred candidates, I believe they do have a lot of parameters around which they would base these decisions that they do take going into election 2024, which would be a very difficult battle. They will probably be looking out for people who are tried, who are tested, people who are rugged, people who understand party mechanics, etc., etc. And the messages have been sold. Some of them have been bought. Some of them clearly have not. And for those that have been bought, we can see a very jubilant party members on the pitch, probably preempting the Electoral Commission's declaration. But then again, nothing is official. We do have a lot of projections, but nothing is official as at this moment. The counting is still ongoing, but based on these projections, there are sporadic jubilations, sporadic celebrations across the Accra Sports Stadium, where the rank and file of the MDC have converged. So we would still monitor what is going on around. It's nearly 2:08 a.m. on Sunday morning, and we've gone into the next day. Most important thing is the party is inching to build strong foundations with this particular Congress that commemorates the 30th year of the party's existence. So we're crossing over to Randy.
Over there, because we have put agents over there who have been testing the DC for us, so we know whatever is going on over there. So we know that we form.
What percentage do you have?
No,
what results do you have?
I'm presuming that maybe we could get like 70% or 80%. That's what maybe I'm presuming right now. So I'm praying that we could get.
Good. So you add something big.
Yes, let me tell you something. The only antidote to the elephant family is the Anopheles mosquito.
How?
Yes, because we determine from the branches.
The mosquitoes are not harmful.
General mosquito is harmful to the MPP party. That's why they were campaigning for the opening. You understand? So we are not a delegate, but we give a warning to our executive to come and elect general mosquito, so they cannot go wayward.
But how do you know General has won?
General has won.
How do you know?
Analysis and everything.
What analysis?
General mosquito can never be sacrificed in the NDC party. You understand? And general mosquito, there is demeanor and his appearance intimidates a lot of people during the election. So we are sacrificing. We are not going to sacrifice general mosquito. So since Ofosu-Ampofo is an elder, we are going to add it to the council of elders. We need general in the one front.
Yeah. Do you know something? This is a very simple election. When you listen to Chairman Ampofo, our outgoing chairman, he said he has made the party attractive in opposition. But as a political party, your main aim is to win power. So I said Uketia is saying that if you want to win power in 2024, you press 2. That is the short code. And Ampofo is saying that if you want the party to be attractive in opposition, press 3. And it looks like the delegates are pressing 2 because they want power. The question is that if you make the party attractive in opposition without political power, you have not done anything. That is why we are saying that it is better to be a messenger in a ruling party than to be an attractive general chairman in an opposition. It doesn't work that way. That is why we are saying that general is a name that MPP fear. John Dramani Mahama is a name that MPP fear. Sami Jenfi is a name that MPP fear. Tifi Kwate is a name that MPP fear. So if these teams are in need for 2024, MPP is there.
I'm telling you that General is winning all the 17 police stations.
As a matter of fact, today, as we are speaking, has been the greatest day for the NDC party and Ghana as a country, because for somebody of which belongs to MPP to go to Facebook
of which the person is having over 5,000 followers, to campaign for Chairman Ofosu-Ampofo should tell you something. And that is why we the youth, we want better future. We want better future of this political party NDC. We are never ever ready to sell this party to the MPP. And that is why we, some of us, came here to campaign for Chairman General Mosquito. And frankly speaking, we've gone there.
All right, so great. So there you can hear the lot of supporters, the teaming fans of General Mosquito, as is popularly referred to, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. They believe that he has actually won this particular election. But I'm going to cross over quickly to the studio where my colleague Koshi Fiaga is actually on standby to take it up for me. Koshi, there you go.
We promise you euphoria that you are getting. We do have a lot of the delegates and the supporters joining us in the studio. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing very good, my brother.
So who was your prepared candidate?
As a matter of fact, Honorable Fifi Fiavikote was our prepared candidate in this general election, and Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. And with the grace of God, the delegates of our party have shown us that we are ready for power in 2024. If we want to be able to get power in 2024, we need to get this set of people, Fifi Fiavikote, who has promised a coalition on time, so that we'll be able to win 2024 elections. If you ask any NPP member, the amount the three people who are contesting for the general secretary position, whom do you want him to win? They will tell you that it is 50-50 because they don't want him to win that election. I have confidence in of our party, and they have done a yeoman's job by Honorable Franklin Fifi Fiavikote as a national secretary and Johnson Asiedu Nketia as a national chairman of our party. And I believe that this set of people will deliver our party victory in 2024. Johnson Asiedu Nketia is somebody that cannot be compromised. The same way Honorable Fifi Fiavikote is a person that cannot be compromised. And anytime you ask the NPP is afraid of this man, and every time they will tell you that leave him. Fiavikote has promised the NDC, the entire leadership and members of the NDC, that he as General Secretary will see to it that we collect our results on time. He has also promised us that he is an economist, and for that matter, going to the 2024 elections, he will handle all issues related to the economy, so that he will tackle the NPP and the failed Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and another Akufo-Addo economic-led management team. The NPP is an inept government, and they have subjected the people of Ghana to hardships. The people of Ghana need the NDC, which is an alternative party, a party that builds Ghana to be able to deliver them from these hardships. At this time, the NDC delegates have shown that we are ready for the battle in 2024 to be able to rescue the people of Ghana who are going through suffering. They want Ghanaians to be rescued from the draconian economy that another Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the entire MPP-led administration has subjected us to. So I'm saying that today, the Ghanaian people cannot buy fuel. They want a government that will come to reduce fuel. They want a government that will come to manage the economy very well, for us to have very good appreciation of the city. So it is John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, that can do that. And President Mahama cannot do it alone. President Mahama can do it with Asiedu Nketia, Johnson, Honorable, as the national chairman of the NDC, Honorable Franklin Fifi Fiavikote, as the general secretary of the party, Sami JV as the national communication officer of the party, and other officials of the party, so that together we can be able to drive victory in 2024. That is why we are happy and we are jubilating. The jubilation today is the start of jubilation in 2024. And I believe that the people of Ghana will give the NDC a resounding victory in 2024, and we will rescue the Ghanaian people.
Well, I can see you are very charged, and you came with your whole entourage as well. For a lot of young people, and people like yourself who have more or less contributed a lot in terms of your time, etc., to the party, for putting these expectations in front of these people you've elected, don't you think you are putting them on the spot, or you believe that they will be able to fulfill all of these things that they promised to you?
Thank you very much, my brother. As a matter of fact, if you see me sad here, I am not sad because of the victory of the NDC. I am sad because of the draconian economy that the inept Akufo-Addo government had led the Ghanaian people into. I can tell you on authority that, as a matter of fact, Honorable Fifi Fiavikote, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, and other national officers who are elected will bring everybody on board. Today, people who have emerged victorious in this contest,
are people, they are victors. The NDC is the victor. They are not the only people who are the victor. The NDC is a major political party that believes in democracy. Today, the NDC has shown that we are very good in strengthening our political democracy, and that is exactly what we have done today. And I hope that Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, Honorable Vivi Kote will bring others on board. They will come together to build a formidable party that will lead us to victory in 2024 and beyond.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful talking to yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are joining the rest of the feed, bringing you more euphoria from the Accra Sports Stadium. So there's more drumming, there's more dancing, most importantly there's more jubilation. You can see a bird's eye view of exactly what is going on here at the Accra Sports Stadium. I can only assure you that it's going to get even more heated than it has gotten. Eric, you've gone out to feel the vibe, and I can see it on your face. I can see goosebumps on your skin.
No, not really.
How's the feeling out there?
This is what I'm picking. It looks like for one reason or the other, there's some enthusiasm that appears to have rejuvenated the youth among the delegates here. And it is the youth who actually form the base of any political party apart from the women. And so if the youth, and if you look at the narratives from different angles, there was a gentleman who was making references to the persons who have been elected, and he made reference to Sami Jemfi and said Sami Jemfi is somebody MPP finds uncomfortable with. He mentioned Johnson Asiedu Nketia, if he's declared winner this evening, as somebody MPP is not comfortable with. He mentioned Fifi Kwete as somebody MPP is not comfortable with because they have tasted what he can deliver before, as far as 2007, 2008, 2009, because I saw the period between especially 2005 and 2008 when he was then the prophet of the NDC, when he launched what we call setting the record straight and exposed a lot of things that were happening under the then John Kufuor administration. And they have also made reference to John Dramani Mahama, whose name alone makes them feel uncomfortable. So he's saying with these four at the helm of affairs of the NDC, we have not talked about the national organizer yet because we don't know who is likely to lead, and so that will complement the four plus all other executives. We are looking at the youth wing, the women's wing, and so on, who are all people who come together as one group of leaders that will drive NDC's campaign in 2024. But the enthusiasm I'm finding in the youth looks like as if they have been possessed by a certain spirit that is actually bringing out their emotions. And if we go by how we are observing trends here, it tells you that the process has been smooth, very fair, and it is reflecting a microcosm of the larger party. So these 9,000 people or 8,000 people who have gathered here today are just a reflection of the millions across the country who are most likely to react the same way that the results is putting smiles on the faces of those who supported the candidates who are emerging as the leaders elect if the EC completes the process.
I mean, speaking to a lot of these guys, they've listed specifics. And I find that very intriguing as well. For example, the gentleman spoke about the fact that Fifi Kwete promised them that election results will be collated on time. So it means these leaders, based on the messages they put across, identified certain key lapses and sold the solutions to the electorate. Now it's up to them to ensure that these promises are fulfilled. Now I believe the young people that gave them this mandate would also be the gatekeepers and ensure that they help them to fulfill these promises. And the party as a whole would also be able to more or less galvanize the leadership.
What I think political parties should do should be like the kind of governance system we have today. Sometimes people elect individuals to lead political parties or to lead them as a people, if you want to look at the larger picture, i.e. form a government. Then subsequently they see them as the so-called honorables, and even when they are making mistakes, the grassroots base or the supporters appear to be uncomfortable talking about it openly. I am thinking that for political parties to put their executives on their toes, to make sure that they are working, and to let them understand that if they are not working, they will push for their exit, regardless of how many months or how many years they will be in office on the next Congress. Parties will get results from executives. So people will not just go and fight for positions just because they want to grab the position and use it as how do you call it? Use it as a bait or a bargaining chip when his party or her party wins an election, and we say that I am so and so executive, and therefore I deserve a certain kind of appointment, a certain kind of recognition by a government that is formed out of that political party. But people will go for positions knowing very well that just like a government will feel, if you go and you are just sitting on the fence and doing what we call follow, you don't do anything, you're not on the ground, you're not working, and when you see either the flag bearer or people who matter come to your region, you go and sit on the high table and make it look like you are around. Your presence makes it look like you are working when indeed you are doing nothing. The party should chase those people out. That is when party activism will be taken to another level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you go to my hometown, they'll say those people, they call them Mielome. They are inside. They are not.
What frame?
Yeah.
The fantasy will say what frame.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very, very valid point. I mean, simply because there is a lot of work ahead, considering the fact that these elections are just a prelude to what the bigger picture offers for a party as big as the National Democratic Congress. So at this moment, counting is still ongoing. We definitely are tying up all the loose ends. It's your election center right here on Wazer TV. It's also streaming live on TVXYZ. It's been a very, very intriguing day, very packed. The police have been amazing. We've commended them so many times. The delegates themselves have been absolutely fabulous. They have kept their cool. They've comported themselves. The process has been very seamless. So now we are just counting down to when the official announcement will be made.
And I'm coming across
more figures,
more official provisional results. For example, I am seeing the deputy national organizers, one name out here already as elect. I see Elikem Eric Kwame Kotoko, and the second that follows here, as I see, is Ballot Kobe. I'm not sure whether that is authentic. When it comes to the national organizer position, I am seeing Joseph Yamin on top as the person EC may announce as the winner. The general secretary, we have been speaking to Fifi Kwete's name, and then the national chairmanship position, it looks like Johnson Asedun Ketia may emerge finally.
Wow,
from the figures and the data I am monitoring on a certain platform here.
Wow, the national organizer, I mean, that's a very interesting one. I mean, the politics of that position is amazing. I mean, looking at the history of it and who has occupied, I think Joshua Akamba is the incumbent, and Joseph Yamin, a very interesting choice from the Ashanti region as well, that has been a stalwart in NDC politics over the last few years. So we are inching closer. We are inching very, very, very close to these all-important declarations. Stay strapped. Take it easy. Don't worry, we'll bring you all the information that you need. Do we have any more figures trickling in?
No, I was just trying to see if I can pick some information about Joseph Yamin so that we can share. You remember he's a former deputy minister for youth and culture. Joseph Yamin, I'm sure many people have followed his politics in the Ashanti region. He's one of the outspoken, brave young men who are leading the NDC in the Ashanti region. And his name has come up severally over many controversial issues in the name or in the interest of the party. And so I would not be surprised if eventually the EC confirms that he is the national organizer of the party. It's tough. It's a strong guy.
You also made reference to the deputy national organizer. In that, on that role, we have Kobe Ballon, Habib Mohammed Tahiru, Elikem, Eric, Kevin, Kwame Kotoko. We are playing in Accra, no Kumasi. Alaji Yao Kundo. And you're saying two names seem to be sticking out.
Yes. Elikem Kotoko, I can confirm from what I am monitoring. The rest, I will leave it to the Electoral Commission because I'm not too sure about the figures I'm picking. But if you go to the Eastern region, for example, it do say 1, Asedun Ketia 229. That's our provisional figures we are picking. Ofosu-Ampofo 225, Nia Mashite 0, rejected 1.
Oh, that's
come to the Greater Accra region. General Asedun Ketia 272, Ofosu-Ampofo 182. If you go to Ashanti region, you know they broke it into 3 parts, and Asedun Ketia did better than Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, and the same trend continues from what I am monitoring on one of the platforms where some figures are being dropped.
These are very interesting figures. Now, we've not looked at the Deputy Communication Officer role. Bearing in mind that Sami Jemfi went unopposed for the Communication Officer. So we have the likes of Godwin Akogan, which a lot of us are very familiar with. We also have Adongo Atule Jacob, Malik Basintale, Kweku Boahin Anthony, and Muhammad Naziru. Any outstanding names out there?
Not yet. So let's keep monitoring. This is the election center. This is Ways on TV. This is TVXYZ. For those of you who have been monitoring us, we are at the climax of the ongoing National Delegates Congress of the NDC, and we are reporting live from the Accra Sports Stadium. And I'm sure by now you know how things are panning out. 4 key positions, we have provisional results, and we are projecting some names which will be confirmed by the Electoral Commission.
Yeah, definitely, and we hardly ever get it wrong, so our projections might just be what you would expect. Now it's a lot of chatter around. Everybody is probably saying their last prayers or punching their last figures into their calculators. The Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police as well are very well preparing for the declaration of the results. For all of you that have stayed with us up till this point, I mean, we would want to say a big thank you. For all the guys, you can take a fist bump. For all the lovely ladies, I'll blow you a kiss for staying with us. It's been very enthralling, hasn't it been, Eric?
It looks like you're not feeling sleepy again.
The power of the Holy Spirit has descended upon me.
Day has broken.
You know, day has broken, yes. You know, and it's been exciting for me as well. Because,
yes.
I mean,
I find something interesting. Eastern region, that's the home region of the national chairman of the NDC, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, who will soon be a former national chairman of the party if the figures we are seeing are what EC will finally confirm. Eastern region, General Asedun Ketia had 606 votes in total. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo pulled 420.
That is a statement.
So it's a statement because that is his home region. He has been MP for Fantiakwa twice. He has been a regional minister before. I think he was an acting DC for one of the districts along the line. And he's well known as somebody who is a stalwart in the NDC from the Eastern region because of the position he played. And so if you look at the national executive polls, where 78 voted in favor of Asedun Ketia and about 25 or so voted for Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, and you're looking at the national executives of the NDC, and then you look at his home region, and then you have 606 for Asedun Ketia and 420 for Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, it will suggest that maybe the signs were long written on the wall, because among his own colleagues, he is the leader of the party. And if among the executives, they are voting out the leader, then it sends some strong signal. I believe that beyond this, he himself will be doing some self-introspection if what we are saying is what EC will confirm. How come national executives of the party, when they vote together, about 70% of them, close to 75% of them, will reject him? That is a strong statement. And then in his home region, where you would have expected that many of the delegates would have endorsed him, but somebody may also say that the region was not voting so much direction. They were voting on issues. So the days when people will say, we all eat banku and okra soup, so we are going to vote in a certain direction. We all eat tuozafi, or we all eat fufu and abenkwai, and you see fufu the way I did my finger. And that's the way.
That's the right way to just.
I'm not asking you to go and look for fufu because I noticed that you were looking for
the fufu around
table to look at. But that's just how we are wrapping up with the activities here at the Accra Sports Stadium.
Definitely.
You have some figures of previous NDC elections.
Yes, I do.
Can we interrogate some of those figures?
Yes, so we're going to look at these figures and try to draw trends. I mean, for a lot of these elections, these trends are very much prevalent as required. So we want to start from 2005.
Right.
Now, in
who were the candidates then?
In 2005 was really interesting. So for chairmanship, we had Dr. Akufo-Addo of blessed memory.
Yes.
And we have.
He was popular then.
Yes.
I think his nickname is Wayo.
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely. We have Dr. Obed Asamoah. We all know Dr. Obed Asamoah.
And that's stalwart of the party, currently a member of the Council of Elders.
Definitely. So Dr. Akufo-Addo, he won that with a landslide, 73.27.
And what were the figures then?
So he had 1,158 votes as against 208 by Dr. Obed Asamoah.
That was a national chairmanship position as far back as 2005.
Yes.
And look at the personalities. Dr. Obed Asamoah, we all know he later became a national chairman of the party. He was the longest serving Attorney General then under Jerry John Rawlings. And they transitioned eventually to a democratic regime when the Fourth Republican Constitution was born. So at the time they were going into that election in 2005, Obed Asamoah was known and respected as a stalwart in the NDC on the back of the role he played in the PNDC administration. And he goes into contest with Dr. Kobene, and Kobene wins with a landslide victory, almost 78% thereabouts. Is it that figure? 72.3%. So you will look at how competitive the national position, chairmanship position has been. Now let's fast forward. So 2005, national chairmanship position. What was the next election then?
So after 2005, the year 2010, Dr. Akufo-Addo stood again, this time against Dr. Austin Asamoah Tutu.
And what were the figures?
1,749.
So he won again with landslide victory.
Even bigger margin.
And even bigger margin. It tells you that the shoes that Aseni Kwatia will be wearing, there are bigger names which have been there before. So you're looking at Kobene, I think Kofi Potofi came along the line.
Yes, so
and then we have Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, and Aseni Kwatia is going to fill that gap. Let's look at 2012 or 20.
So 2014, that was the era of Dr. Kofi Potofi. He came up against Dan Agbodapi and Dr. Akufo-Addo again. By then, Dr. Akufo-Addo had lost his luster. He had lost his Midas touch, so he only pulled 316 votes as against 2,457 by Dr. Kofi Potofi, and while Dan Agbodapi only pulled 508 votes.
And many people know Dan Agbodapi. Dan Agbodapi is a former Minister of State, a former ambassador. He was also a huge pillar when you talk about NDC politics at the time they transitioned into the 1992. Let's go to the podium It looks like there's an announcement being made.
Yes. So pick an announcement.
And you cannot locate the person.
I think it's an announcement about a missing item. I think it's a camera. Okay, so we were talking about Kofi Potofi. So Kofi Potofi handed over to who?
Going through the history of it, Kofi Potofi handed over in 2018 to the man at the center of our conversation today,
Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. And what was the margin then?
The margin was huge. He won by 44%. In fact, it was a very, very keenly contested.
How many people contested that seat?
A total of 5 people contested that seat. So Danny Anang came up with 301 votes. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, 3,656 votes. Alhaji Huduyaya pulled 1,827 votes. Dan Abudaki, he made a very strong comeback. This time around, 2,199 votes.
So it was very close. And Betty
Modibisu pulled 363 votes.
So look at Dan Abudaki, who was beaten by a landslide by is it Dr. Kobneje at that time?
Kofi
Potofi at that time. And then there's the comeback. He did so many votes.
Yeah, he did a lot better.
You are looking at Huduyaya, a former general secretary of the party, who was beaten. And if you look at the names, you still come across very experienced people who are contesting for the seat. Now let's look at the general secretaryship position, which has equally been competitive right from 2005.
So from 2005, that's when the general got into the race. He came up against Mr. Bede Zidane, I'm sure we all know, and he won that by a little over 80%, 1,068 votes to 180.
So that was Asiedu Nketia then. Let's look at the trend of the results as the other congresses moved along. So 2008.
So 2008, the margin was getting bigger and bigger. This time around, he beat Mr. Kwekwe Shan. He pulled 1,739 votes, and Mr. Kwekwe Shan pulled 117 votes.
117 votes. So 2012, what happened? 2014.
So in 2014, he came up against Abdullah Ishaq Farrakhan. This time around, the gap even got bigger. He won by an excess of 2,680 votes.
So the trend is likely to be this, that the party appears to appreciate the role Johnson Asiedu Nketia plays. He's a typical grassroots person, and so if you monitor his style of politics, he's always on the ground, mingling with the people and then engaging them directly. He comes across as somebody who is very blunt, and he will tell you in the face how he feels about anything, and that is what has won the trust delegates have had in him and supporters. I have been privileged to follow the 2020 presidential candidate around the country, and I can tell you that in many of the constituencies that we visited, sometimes as late as 2 a.m., 3 a.m., whenever we arrived, apart from people yearning to see the flag bearer, there were others who were just asking, where is General Mosquito? They just wanted to catch a glimpse of him. It tells you how people have accepted him as a household name once they see themselves as NDC people. I think he has earned some level of credibility, but it comes with a huge responsibility. The huge responsibility I see will be how much difference he will make as chairman of the NDC going into the 2024 elections compared to the massive performance of the NDC in the 2020 elections. In 2016, the NDC didn't do well because at that time the current administration had not been tested by anybody. They painted a picture of a party with all the men, a party which can deliver, a party who can solve all Ghana's problems, a party who can put smiles on everybody's face, get us the jobs and solve our problems, industrialize the nation and do everything. So at the time, on the back of doing so, many Ghanaians found hope in MPP under Nana Akufo-Addo as a presidential candidate. Having seen their performance in 2016-2020, NDC staged a comeback That comeback was under the leadership of Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo as chairman. And we saw the performance of NDC in 2020, 137, and even at that time, NDC's narrative is that they won more parliamentary seats, but they were snatched from them. So for a general to have beaten the chairman because of his popularity, because of the fact that Ghanaians, and in this case the NDC delegates, trust that he is more capable of helping them to deliver more, I think the headache for Johnson Asiedu Nketia and his team is to prove what he can do by sealing the victory for the NDC, which is optimistic that 2024 is a done deal. But by what margin? It will be Johnson Asiedu Nketia's magic once the EC crosses that hurdle by officially declaring the results. For now, we would say that we are having the conversation based on what we strongly believe are projections that will be confirmed by the Electoral Commission.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are very good projections as well, simply because when it comes to elections, especially these internal ones, some of these things are very important. Now, looking at the trends, Asiedu Nketia's trends, the following year, when he came up against Akufo-Addo, he increased the gap to a gap of over 5,000. It shows you that the man is not just a man, he's a myth and an institution for the NDC.
Yes. See, I believe that for many of us who have followed politics, and to a larger extent we are able to do some level of analysis based on the facts that we are privy to, I can tell you that even people on the other side know very well that he comes across as a strong pillar when it comes to Ghanaian politics. Beyond that, he earned his name as general, in quote, not necessarily because he's a general secretary. That general was put aside to stand as a title, and many people acknowledge that of all the general secretaries that the NDC and the MPP and other political parties have witnessed, he has stood tall. How he speaks, the maturity in his narratives, the manner in which he has demonstrated brevity in confronting issues of interest to his political party, all played out in his campaign theme. And I'm not surprised that delegates, even as they are reacting and the conversations they are sharing with media platforms that are speaking to them, only confirms that they are confident in what has happened, and it will be their story to tell tomorrow if they give him the support to be able to achieve what the NDC wants to achieve with a bigger margin come 2024.
Definitely. And he's no stranger when it comes to margins. He has delivered these margins over the last 17 years. I mean, that is a colossus if you talk about party politics, not just in the NDC, but across the political terrain of Ghana. I believe he has written his name. In fact, he has etched his name in gold when it comes to Ghana politics. So we can see a lot more police streaming in, probably to secure the inner perimeter as we inch closer and closer to the announcement. The mood is getting even more tense. I mean, I thought it was going to be relaxed, but looking around, Eric, it's getting even more tense as we can see the Electoral Commission officials on the screen trying to make sure that all the figures tally.
Yes, what many people were waiting for were the key positions: chairman, general secretary, organizer. All the others are very relevant, but it appears as if many people were here to know who will become their next leaders, i.e. those three key positions. Once the provisional results are out and people know where the direction is, I believe they're only relaxing to put the icing on the cake when the EC does the official thing. What they are doing now is to collate all the figures from the various collation centers. You'll notice that after the elections, and the elections took place in 17 polling stations. When they finished, EC decided to create collation centers to fast track the process. So the counting was done simultaneously from different locations. That's why you notice that Dr. Srebo Kweku was saying that even when you count and you find a paper, a ballot paper that has some question mark, keep it, because you may end up adding it somewhere so that you don't write correct and clean again and correct. So at this stage, what we're witnessing was the polling station results that are being tallied, and at the end of the day, they'll put all the figures together, and then obviously you see only EC officials there with observers, some agents, and of course some policemen there to maintain law and order. They will move to the podium and the announcement will be made. I believe in the next 10-15 minutes the EC should be taking over the microphone.
Wow, so the drums are rolling. In the next 10-15 minutes, fates will be determined, but most importantly, a party space will be built. I mean, that's one of the reasons why this is a very, very special exercise, simply because it looks to build a base for the National Democratic Congress going into the 2024 elections. Now, talking about the 2024 elections, Eric, a lot of people's votes or choices of who to vote for was concentrated around the elections. They are clearly looking for people who are battle ready, people who can go out there and fight with their blood, their sweat, and their tears. Do you think that at the end of the day, they would be the winners?
If the atmosphere here is anything to go by, I would say, I said it earlier, that it will reflect the spontaneous reaction when people wake up this morning, if they are not watching us already on TV XYZ and Wazo TV or monitoring other media platforms, what is unfolding. People will wake up and feel energized if they are NDC members. Again, the NDC is going into the 2024 elections bruised and bruised again and bruised the third time. The first bruise was 2016, when they felt that the elections may have been won by the NPP, not because the John Mahama administration or the NDC Mills Mahama administration was necessarily a failure, but they felt that the sweet talk won the NPP the elections in 2016. Then they went into the 20 elections feeling strongly that they had disenfranchised many of their members in the strongholds, mostly at the border areas and areas where you have people from other tribes who have migrated to those areas either as farmers or fishermen or doing other jobs. We saw what happened at Banda, and we saw what happened in other parts of the country where people who are from other parts of the region but had relocated to those areas were simply described as not Ghanaians, and we filed lots of reports of this kind in the eastern region. And so while the EC was preparing the voters register, the NDC went bruised because it felt that the state has used its machinery, i.e. the security agencies, police, military, and military to be specific in their larger numbers, where they were deployed under the guise of fighting the entry of COVID and deprived the people the opportunity to come back home and register. And even after the elections, they kept this until it was the pleasure of an entity to say that we have lifted the closure of the border for people to come. And then they went into an election where they felt they were winning, and then they used brute force. Techiman South is one, and you remember when the former president spoke today, he made reference to the 8 who died, the most violent elections we've had. So they have seen this once, twice, thrice, and 4 times. Don't forget, Ayawaso West Wagon was a smaller one that was also hanging around the corner. So the NDC has said it once, twice, thrice that after the experience at the Supreme Court, they will win the elections at the polling station. If they are going to win the elections at the polling station, they need people who will be ready to work with the leadership. And so if this is the leadership they want, then the onus lies on those those who constitute the leadership and the party itself, how they can rally themselves and ensure that they get the right people to do what they want to see come December 7, 2024.
Definitely, December 7 is the crucial date. We can see a lot of people still jubilating. Some of them are actually in a very somber, reflective mood, which is a bit weird. Maybe it's in the morning. They are now sleeping in and waking up again. But like Eric said, we are getting closer and closer to that moment where we have an opportunity to find out who won what, who will be who, and who will lead the NDC party into the 2024 elections. I mean, it's a very interesting perspectives, especially those that are shared by some of the people. I mean, earlier on today, I had a lot of very good conversations with people I spoke to. All of them I had never met, all of them I never know. And I was very intrigued because of their willingness to go all out and fight for the political party to come to power. And I think a lot of these leaders should share that hunger, don't you?
What else do you want me to say?
I mean, if I say share that hunger, we need to ensure that everybody toes the line in sharing the hunger. I mean, when people are elected into position, they are elected into those positions for a very specific reason, which is to further the cause of the party. I mean, every other internal wrangling should be shelved, ideally. But then again, I believe we need to keep reminding them as they go along, because we elected them.
Of course, if you are speaking, assuming you were a delegate, and so I understand your choice of words, because you are situating yourself in the shoes of an NDC person, a delegate, anybody who belongs to any political party. Your delegates represent you. So the scenario will be like our typical parliament, where you have the masses who vote for the MPs. They go to represent us. What will they be doing that will inure to our benefit, that will satisfy our wish or address our interest? That is the same I see for political party elections. You have delegates who are either constituency executives or branch executives or people who have played some key roles in the party, so they are elected as delegates. How widely do these people consult before they go to decide who they will vote for? It is assumed that for political parties, the executives, those who form the delegates, know the inside out of the political parties better than the ordinary woman or ordinary man who is living in a village somewhere, who says, I've listened to their policies and I'll vote for them because I think this is a party that will solve the problems I stand for. Or maybe I belong to a family whose roots or the tradition belongs to this particular political party. That one is on the face of affiliation to political parties. But when it comes to what really the party stands for and who actually are doing the work for the party and can be trusted for their commitment towards the party's expansion or the party's build-up, it is those little individuals who do not need your permission, who have seen it all, who can bear testimony of what the people have done and what the people will do. So you recall that when we went to Cape Coast, the assumption was that perhaps the delegates may have found some reason to believe that the youth organizer or the women organizer have done well and therefore they deserve the votes they got. In the same way, we have several of the candidates who are either former executives, elected executives, or incumbent executives who are going for re-election. And if some of them are losing but by wide margins, it will tell you that either delegates have revised their notes, or delegates are becoming wiser in what they determine for the party. Otherwise, they may go back home assuming that they have done the right thing, but they may have made the wrong choices. And so you would notice that those who are winning with wider margins, even in their strongholds, suggesting that the party is waking up to do what they think masses who belong to their belief will endorse.
Now, you talked about strongholds, etc. So it shows you how important demographics are when it comes to elections of this sort. And looking at the kind of demographics that we are picking in terms of who voted for, etc., it shows you that the party has become, I wouldn't want to say more cosmopolitan, but has become one that is not considerate of where people do come from, because we are having people win in other people's regions, etc. It's something I believe that the party should foster a lot more, simply because it opens up more opportunities as you go along. Eric, I mean, looking at the Eastern region, for example, where the current chairman is coming from and the figures that are trickling in, it shows you that General has made a lot of inroads.
Yes, I think when he arrived here, you saw the fashion or the style he decided to use to show himself up at the event ground. He came in a Land Cruiser, bodyguards were around him, he drove in. As soon as he was about to come out of his vehicle, people got the wind that it was General's car. They trooped to, how do you call it, swarmed the V8, and then when he stepped out, he started receiving the fans. He didn't go straight to sit down. He walked and greeted the people round and was receiving the cheers as he moved along. And that alone suggested that he was going to receive an overwhelming endorsement. And while he was going, I was not following the movement. I was glued to my set because we had different cameras at different locations, and while some of them were following his movement, others were picking the reaction from the audience, from the crowd, from the delegates. And when the chairman was also delivering his address, occasionally our cameramen were just trying to pick body languages of these candidates, because when he was also speaking, our cameramen were picking the body language of the chairman who may be going out if the EC announces the official result. So you would tell that even when occasionally his image showed on the screen, the reaction was spontaneous, suggesting that the decision has been made long before they came to the Accra Sports Stadium, and I am not surprised at what I am witnessing.
I mean, a lot of people would not be surprised as well, simply because these are elections for you, and elections are always very unpredictable.
Okay, so hold it. I'm told Wisdom is at a different location here within the stadium talking to somebody. Let's go to Wisdom now.
Race you gave your fathers.
Thank you.
How was it like?
Well, it was tough though, but we worked our ass off. We actually had a good team. We didn't sleep. It's been the past 2 days now. I have not slept, just saving for 10 minutes. We've been going around talking to delegates, pleading with them to give we the youth an opportunity to also serve at the national vice level, so that we can blend both the elder ones and the youth, so that at least we're able to galvanize and mobilize more youth to win election 2024 for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I'm happy and I'm excited. In this election there are no losers. Both the losers and winners, we're all going to team up and ensure we work hard with our flag bearer in waiting, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, so that together we achieve victory 2024. Thank you.
Why are you so excited?
I'm excited because it's a victory for the party, and today is a special day. It's a congress, a National Delegates Congress, that the party has reposed confidence in me and elect me as a national vice chairman. Indeed, it's something overwhelming, and I thank the entire NDC delegates and across the length and breadth of this country. I also thank the leadership of the party and the grassroots, particularly the constituency youth organizers, the youth commanders who championed this cause, and the various women organizers who said, no, we must push this young guy. And the entire NDC delegates, I say, Aiko, thank you.
Are you not scared of, older generations in the party, where you're going to be sitting with them to be brainstorming, sharing ideas and all of that?
No, I'm not scared. We need to bring the two, the younger generation, the old generation. Then we see we have some kind of ideas, that's kind of older idea. Then we the young ones also bring the younger idea. So of course it's something that's quite okay. Then we're going to work together very, very good.
What are you bringing to the table?
Well, I've said we're going to organize ourselves. As a youth vice chairman, I'm going to work actively with the National Youth Organizer and the National Women Organizer so that we team up and mobilize our regional youth organizers and regional women organizers down to the constituency youth organizers and constituency women organizers, down to the branches, then ensure that we mobilize a very strong force. And when these three forces come together, these three branches come together to merge forces, then automatically MPP cannot stand our way come 2024.
There was an Abanga who was contesting the MPP youth organizer position. Are you related to him in any way? Well, so the supporters will not allow me to finish my conversation with Abanga. Why are you taking Abanga away? I need to finish my conversation with Abanga, but well, it has appeared they will not allow me have my conversation with Abanga because the youth are so excited. The youth are so excited that a youth has been elected onto the National Vice Chairperson slot of the National Democratic Congress. Well, so coalition is still ongoing. In a short while, the EC will be declaring the results for the elections. Well, we have some provisional results already, which shows a very nice regional balance in this particular contest. So the chairman-elect, as per the figures we have, is coming from the Bono region, and then the General Secretary-elect, per our provisional figures, EC hasn't declared yet, and so we have a voter regional secretary, what people say the return of the propaganda secretary, that's from voter region, and then the women's organizer is from Ahafo region, youth organizer of the NDC is from the eastern region, and then the organizer from the Ashanti region. And so this is how the regional dynamics looks like. Now the NDC as a party has always been struggling to win the Ashanti region seat, which means that once they have an organizer who will be mobilizing the party folks to rally for Victory 2024, they have a person from the Ashanti region who will be seeking to do that for them. And so clearly these are how the regional dynamics looks like. I'm sure Eric will continue with our studio guest.
I know that Randy is also getting ready to give us a report, and I've just seen a publication which says Otukuno congratulates Fifi Kwete on his victory in NDC's General Secretary race. And let me just quote exactly what Otukuno is saying. It says that I had earlier told him yesterday that I was proud for his competitive campaigning, and I repeated same this morning. I reassured him of my complete readiness to work closely with him, make our party greater and stronger. Fifi Kwete's that's Otukuno's message to Fifi Kwete, congratulating him for his election to be confirmed by the Electoral Commission.
Well, I mean that's very, very matured. I mean, Otukono himself, Peter Boama Otukono himself, the outgoing Deputy General Secretary, understands the ropes of this game. I mean, he understands the dynamics of politics, and what he's done is very, very honorable. What he has done is that he's won himself a lot more friends. He's put himself in a very, very good stead in the party, and he's reached out to somebody who probably he has admired and molded his kind of politics around and congratulated. So I mean, a very, very good step in the right direction, and we should see a lot more of this going on in the party. I mean, we should see a lot of people acknowledging some of these things.
Yes, let me just drop this. Provisional results from all 17 polling stations for the General Secretaryship position. Elvis Afri Yankra 1,401, Fifi Fiavi Kwete 4,536, Peter Boama Otukono 2,500 288. These are provisional results, and so I've been seeing lots of these dropping at different platforms, and I believe that it's now clear that we are picking this. I hear some noise at the background. I'm sure Wisdom will be dashing there any moment from now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, from what we are picking on the ground, I mean, these are very, very interesting figures, especially for a position like that. You can see as well that each of the candidates performed quite creditably. They were all in the thousands. I mean, if that is to be confirmed. I mean, Peter...
But I think it is disappointing for us to see the figures that Elvis Afriyankra gathered. He came across as one of the most experienced. That was what he touted as a national campaign team member, a deputy national coordinator, and he joined Atamils to campaign during the 2008 elections. He joined John Mahama to campaign as a member of the national campaign team in 2012. He has been a former deputy local government minister, and you can imagine being a local government minister would mean that he has links with all the districts across the country where the constituencies are. He's a former minister for youth and sports, and you know sports is the heartbeat of the nation, and so he has come across as somebody who is well known. Of course, when he's also on campaign platforms, his voice,
we all miss the chubu,
and the roaring, all those things makes him come across as somebody many people would have assumed that would have won this race hands down. But here we are, beaten massively by Fifi Kwete. No doubt Fifi is a stalwart when it comes to politics or NDC politics. And then Otukono, who also did almost 2005 plus. So for me, Fifi's figures are not impressive at all. I don't know what went wrong in his campaign. I don't know what the delegates have under their sleeves, and I don't know why things have panned out this way. That is my personal assessment or commentary on how I see the results for the general secretaryship position.
So based on my interactions with people, they said, and I quote some of them, that they wanted somebody who was rugged, somebody who could take them into battle and take the wounds for them. They wanted a Napoleon kind of person. And if you look at these three candidates, Fifi Kwete looks to perfectly fit that. I mean, he can give you the totally intellectual side of things, and when he has to go the other way too, he can go the other way. He understands all the dynamics of the kind of politics we practice. Peter Boama Otukono has been around. We all saw him. Remember DJ Bominyum from the election press conferences. But Elvis Afriyankra, I mean, as much as he's an astute politician, is he the rugged one, the one that will go into the trenches with us? I believe a lot of that was considered before the delegates did make their choice. But go on, I mean, from now on going, those three have very distinct qualities. And I believe that if they all chip in their qualities, I mean, together, they would build a party.
And so many people will be asking, for many young people who do not know much about Fifi Kwete, he was born on June 2nd, 1967, and he's the chairman of Tain Legon. That was, I'm told Randy is on standby to give us a feed from one of the locations. So I think we'll continue to talk, and when we get a signal that Randy is ready, we'll run over to his location. So he has been the chairman of Tain Branch Legon. And then we have elected propaganda secretary 2005 to 2009, a deputy finance minister 2009-2012, elected member of parliament for Ketu South, the stronghold of the NDC where the Keta schoolboys are.
Yeah, and people were surprised he didn't want to run again. Maybe he had plans.
What I noticed was that before his second term as member of parliament, he had some strong opposition on the ground. And I remember even the elections in the constituency had to be shelved until they finished all the primaries before they descended on Ketu South. So I presume that after the 2016 elections, he might have decided that, look, I think the opposition on the ground for the constituency is quite strong. we've lost the main general elections, and therefore let me give them space and let somebody else come. And that is how come Jifa Gumashi became the MP for Ketu South and has been retained as the MP for Ketu South. And Fifi Kwete was, and look at this trend, he was a Minister of State at the Presidency in charge of Financial and Allied Services in 2013. He was a Minister of Food and Agriculture 2014 to May 2016, and he became Minister of Transport when Jifa Tivo had to leave in 2016, the latter part of 2016. And that, so within 2.5 years, he had been a minister, or he had had 3 ministerial portfolios. And we are told he's a brilliant chap. And there's no doubt that even under the previous regime, they appreciated that and gave him roles to play in different areas. He was a deputy finance minister and worked with, between 2009 and 2012, one of the deputy ministers who worked with Dr. Ofosu-Ampofo at that time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it shows you how astute Fifi Kwete is, a man that has gone through the mill and has achieved a lot. Like I said, we are inching closer. The police are taking position. The Electoral Commission are tying up all their loose ends, crossing their T's and dotting their I's. Very soon, people will go see them at business level.
It's taking too long. I think the delegates know what is happening. So the EC may have to fast track what they are doing, but this is paperwork. If the EC doesn't do it well, somebody will go to court tomorrow. And all this long day, we may have to come again. That is what they want to avoid.
Wow, you're talking about courts. People have started running to court already. But that's another conversation for another day. If you've just joined us, we've been here since morning, bringing you up to date with all the scoop, everything about the 10th National Delegates Congress of the National Democratic Congress. It's been amazing. I mean, I've been here with my senior man, Eric. Eric has been inspirational to me today.
Me?
Yes. Extremely. I mean, you've showed me some good sights,
of course,
and I've been motivated by the sights.
I sat here with you and we're admiring the security men and women.
Definitely, very nicely dressed and all of that. I mean, sometimes we need to just let our hair down and enjoy the ambience.
Hold it. I knew it, but you can tell he's from his eyes that the man is already tired. For me, when I go home this evening, this morning, I have to take some hot tea and some veggies. But I'm told Randy is getting set to speak. I wish that. So Randy is ready. I'm told there's a lot of noise at the ground, but I'm trying. So Randy is taking it from us, and we'll be taken from Randy.
Alright, so most definitely from the sound and I mean the cheers at the background, it simply tells you that there is one victor at the end of the day. But of course, we can't really declare that not until the EC officially comes out to do that particular announcement. But if you're just tuning in, you're still live on Wizard TV and TVXYZ. And remember, this is the 10th National Delegates Congress of the NDC. Well, all too soon, the day has ended, and we are just waiting for the EC to officially declare the winners and also tell us the percentages they have won with, and also the vote gaps that they have actually won with. But listening to what people have been saying, most of them say the last time the name like Fifi Franklin Kwete popped up in the body or internal body politics of the NDC was the last time he was the propaganda secretary of the NDC. And now we no longer have a portfolio that is the propaganda secretary, but rather the communications officer. But here comes the return of the propaganda secretary of the party, and that's what many believe, that if indeed he has been declared the winner tonight, tonight or this morning, it simply tells you that the party is poised for something great towards the 2024 general elections. But of course, you move forward again and take a look at what really is happening. Let me just quickly hold on. Let's talk to one man who also looks as if he seemed to have won the contest so far. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, why are you celebrating?
We are not celebrating.
What's your mood like?
No, this one is not celebration.
What is it, sir?
We know we want to bring the party together. I already said, if you win, don't laugh. If you lose, don't cry. We want to stop the hate. We want to stop the hate. So appeal all NDC supporters. This one is not a jubilation. We want to finish, and the chairman will unite the party and he will lead the party. 2024 will win the election.
If the EC declares that you have won, that would mean that you have been retained. Would you say that indeed the delegates believed in you?
Oh, I didn't win. I retained my position. So I'm begging everybody to understand politics. That if you work, delegates will vote for you. If you don't work, delegates will not vote for you. But I'm pleading to everybody in the NDC, we should unite and stop the hate. Thank you.
Alright, so there you heard Chief Azoka, who, the reports we are gathering has said that he has been retained as the the vice chairman of the NDC. But let's see, we're still waiting for the EC to officially declare the results as it stands now. And on the main stage as well, we are seeing more of the dignitaries coming in to congratulate some of the candidates as it stands now as well. But I'm going to cross over quickly to Eric in studio again, and when we have any latest updates here in the main premises, I will come back and give that to you.
Randy, I took something very strong from what Ofosu-Ampofo said. Ofosu-Ampofo has been known as one of the strong voices in the NDC, whose role has always been marshalling the youth wing to face off anything the party finds uncomfortable. But he said something instructive, that he has won, but the policy is that if you win, don't laugh. If you lose, don't cry. If you win, don't laugh. If you lose, don't cry. It is figurative. You don't be seen to be overly jubilating to make it sound like you are teasing your competitors. At the same time, if you lost, accept it, that it is the delegates or the delegates have decided, and accept it as such, because tomorrow it could be your turn again, and the delegates will find it worthy of electing you to any position you are serving. If I look at this and I compare it to the altercation triggered by the National Youth Organizer and Samida, who was speaking just a day or two after the Cape Coast event, and then if you look at the narrative,
we want to come and teach some work with you.
And that is what I think many of us who are winning the same to knowing a saving and knowing some of them, I don't assume that there will be some differences. The two of them will show maturity tonight, or perhaps and that is what I think every leading member of the NDC today should be doing. The narrative of Ofosu-Ampofo. If you lead, if you win, don't laugh. And if you lose, don't cry. I think it's loaded enough. And this is good message we sent across.
And that also deepens a theme of unity. Because it's that for everybody, no matter where you find yourself, remember that this is the party, and whatever you do, they are able to bring you back.
So on the screen now, I can imagine what is going through. Fifi is overly confident, sitting with his master, Ofosu-Ampofo. I don't know what they are discussing. I wish our cameras could eavesdrop. And then you see a happy Professor Nana Jane Okupajiman, who as a mother, knowing her very well, as somebody who is very measured in her demeanor, respected across the country for her own achievements that the party has become appreciative of. It's also smiling for a successful Congress. I don't know who else is sitting behind him, but I will expect that the former president will join this event if he stepped out to see how they will bring closure to this event.
Definitely, I mean, we all like to hear from him because this is a national delegate. A lot about this is the galvanizing point of the party. This is the point where the party is that electoral machine. A lot of people actually believe that in 2024 shows you exactly how important this is. And so we have on our screens Shane Nana Ofosu-Ampofo, the running mate for the 2020 elections. She's looking very elegant. And she's very with us all day.
Somebody will say, an academician who is now a politician. She has to learn many things very fast. And she will keep on observing. I've had at least 2 or 3 interviews with her, and she's soft-spoken, but she's strong-hearted. And she comes across as somebody who goes all out once she believes in whatever she has chosen as a path. And that's where I earned the respect for her. The other one was that she has lectured me before. And at the University of Cape Coast, in fact, if you speak to the average student who knows her, that student will tell you something philosophical. If you spoke to lecturers, and some of my colleagues in school there are lecturers, and the testimony reflects the persona that we see as Professor Nana Jane Ofosu-Ampofo. And for me, as a human being, wherever you find yourself, you need to be the man. You can be in the media, you can be a footballer, you can be a politician, you can be a public servant. What you need to do is that you never know where you will find yourself in future. I believe 20, 30, 40 years ago, when she was a young lady, marrying and finding herself in academia, I can bet you that she never dreamt that the vice presidential candidate one day. But the tracks she left, the path that people followed, exposed her, and somebody plugged her, and today she's a personality in our country. And that's how politics should be: sincerity, integrity, and coming out to fight for the interest of the people. Those fine lines, when they form the aura around anybody I see as a respected politician, I dab my heart for those people.
Definitely, and then she has paid her due. She's made her mark. She's earned her stripes.
You know, one thing I want us to do before you come in is that we are filling the positions, and so we can say that Dr. Louisa Hannah-Bissell is the national women's organizer of the party. We know there's an injunction against the swearing in of Judge Ofosu-Ampofo, but as far as Cape Coast is concerned, he was confirmed by the EC as the youth organizer elect. And then what do we know now? Sami Jemfi also went unopposed. So technically, he's still the communications officer of the party. And now we don't know who the general secretary is, even though we know. So that space will be filled by Ways of TV as soon as EC completes. National organizer, we know, but we don't know. As soon as the official declaration is done by the EC, we'll do the party. Then Zongo Caucus Also, we know, but we don't know. And very soon, EC will declare the results. And of course, national chairman who sits at the top will be the person we don't know. And then in March 2023, by that time, we'll know who will be the face of the party as far as the 2024 elections is concerned. And that comes with a big question mark, because we know that the force, the Kojo Bonsus, are trying to lace their boots to test
the waters.
They're
trying to test the waters.
Yes, of course, they have to.
I mean, I've seen some billboards in town, and
it's good. I've heard the former president say, for example, that he's comfortable, it will make the race competitive. And just as the race for chairmanship, general secretary, organizer, Zongo caucus, national executive members, sent all of them around the country campaigning for votes, and by so meeting the party root base, it's fine for the party to see a competitive race. But everybody is saying the race and the word is
flag bearer,
and that I know. It's
definitely, and for a lot of people that are following this, I believe in your minds and in your hearts, in your convictions and in your imaginations, and in everything that you do and everything that you say, I'm sure you all know who you want to be that flag bearer. But in March, we'll be right here. We'll bring it to you.
Yes,
live
on the election center at Wezo
TV and TVXYZ.
Of course.
I mean, we think we should acknowledge TVXYZ a lot more.
But somebody was telling me that there should be a football match between Wezo TV and TVXYZ, and I said, okay. So what we'll do is we'll match the players according to sizes, and so perhaps I'll take Stan.
Well,
I'll take Stan.
I need to find my match.
And then. Commando, I have somebody there for Commando. And you, I know there's somebody in there.
There's somebody there to match me.
Yes, you are a fry, so somebody can take care of you. And I'll place Wisdom. Wisdom will match Randy.
Okay.
And the team will be well fixed.
Well set.
I think we'll choose Accra Sports Stadium, and we will cover it live.
We need to get this done. So all our fans, send us a message if you want this done. Definitely. So we are inching closer. What time is it? It is 3:28 a.m. The sun will rising very soon. We've done this with you, and we want to thank you very, very specially for sticking and staying with us. I mean, it's not easy. I know the anxiety has crept in and all of that, but all of you at home, you've made time, you've stuck with us, you've stayed with us, you've been with us, and all of you here as well. It's been amazing. And see the likes of Jibril, etc. They are half asleep. They want to fall off. But all in all, we are inching closer to that moment where we would find out who the next national chairman of the National Democratic Congress will be, who the next general secretary will be, who the next deputy general secretary, national organizer, and Zongo caucus will be. Even though we do have a lot of it circulating around, but we are waiting for the. Do you have anything more dropping? Do you have anything?
Yes.
From the grapevine?
Provisional.
Okay.
The national vice chairpersons, Azoka, Sherry Aite, Abang.
So that is what the grapevine is saying.
That is what I've seen.
Okay.
These are provisional. I can't confirm any. I believe in them anyway. But the EC is the final mouthpiece to announce the official result. I'm finding this information on some credible platforms anyway. And so more congratulatory messages are pouring in for Fifi Kwete. Efo Walanyo Chekpo Bono Regional Youth Organizer says, the Ghanaian you are preaching for, and he goes on to say that they are grateful for the decisions NDC has made, and he says NDC is the winner, not the candidate per se.
So I want us to zoom in on the man Fifi Kwete. I mean, you read his profile,
right?
But then zooming in on the man and looking at the task ahead, we've all some way somehow analyzed who he is as a politician. We've seen his exploits. You spoke about setting the record straight. I spoke about the fact that he has it all. He has the intellect, he has the grit. But then he's going to be filling some very, very big shoes. Shoes that have been very tightened for the last 17 years. How is he going to fill those shoes?
I think it should not be too difficult for him. He's an orator, he's intelligent, he's smart, he understands Ghana's politics. He appreciates how dirty politics can be and how opponents can push the track record. I can say that knowing him as a somebody who has worked in parliament before, he's not going to fit that position without bringing on board the expertise or the experiences he has. So being somebody who has worked for the party as a spokesperson, he comes across as somebody at the highest level, a party leader, how to comport himself. 2, as a former member of parliament, he can leverage on the friendship he has with his peers in parliament, who can help him with all the necessary tools he can use to counter what the opponent may throw across. Again, because fortunately for him, the shoes is filling, that person who has those huge shoes is now the father until the flag bearer is elected of the party. That person now has that huge responsibility to be the utility player, where he makes sure that all the various legs, i.e. the positions which fall under his umbrella, will be under his supervision. And therefore he would make sure that if Fifi is the choice of the delegates, his role as chairman is to make sure he gives him direction and guides him till he finds his feet on the ground. And he's supposed to be doing so for all the other positions. So Fifi's advantage will be to be going to work with a former general secretary with 17 years experience, who is now going to take over that position. Now on the screen you can see the EC officials. I saw packs of food being sent to them as early as 2 p.m. So as for them, they have a lot of energy.
Yeah,
they have done this before in major elections, especially the ones that have been close to call. 2012, 2016 was almost cool for MPP because the results were obvious, and 2020. And so this is just a simple job for them. But they will continue to do their collation, enter them into their systems, and then their Excel will bring the percentages, and then they will come and do the by announcing the results officially. Maybe at this stage, let's take a little rest and then listen to some music at the background, sip some water, and come back in about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely.
To do the narrative.
Yeah, we'll sip some coffee. So we'll be right back. Stay with us right here on Wazer TV and TVXYZ. Do not go away.
Is a winner. Arise, for Ghana, of the drop of the land. Forward and secure future. People love me, our God. From being to be the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength to unity. From being to be the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength to unity.
Ghana, of the drug of the land. When and secure future, development, our goal, from being to be free, and this shall lead stable democracy. Our strength to unity, from being to be the NDC shall lead stable democracy. Our strength to unity, from being to be the NDC shall lead. Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, of the trust of the land, for weather and seek your future. People love and our God, from victory to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, from victory to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. Victory is our land. Victory is our land. Jeje is a winner. Arise for Ghana, of the trust of the land. When and secure future, development, our goal, from victory to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, from victory to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, from victory to victory, the NDC shall lead. Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, of the trust of the land, for weather and seek your future. People love and our God, from victory to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, from victory to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, It's our land. Victory is our land. JJ is a winner. Arise, for Ghana, of the drop of the land. Power and secure future, development, our goal. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength to unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength to unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, of patron of the land, for weather and secure future, development our God. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. Victory is our land. Victory is our land. JJ is a winner. Arise, for Ghana, of the drop of the land. Power and secure future, development our goal. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Suzuza. our strength in unity. From vision to vision, the NDC shall lead. Stable democracy, Ghana, our strength in unity. Victory is our land. Victory is our land. JJ is a winner. Ghana, of the truck of the land, forward and secure future, development, our goal, from vision to victory, the NDC shall lead, stable democracy, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democracy, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC. Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, of patron of the land, forward and seek your future, development our goal. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democracy, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democracy, Ghana, our strength in unity. Victory is our land. Victory is our land. JJ is a winner. Arise for Ghana, of the truck of the land, forward and secure future, development our goal. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democracy, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democracy, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. patron of the land. For weather and secure future, development our goal. From vision to victory, the end is surely. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the end is surely. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. Victory! Victory! It's our land. Victory! It's our land. Delegates is a winner. Arise for Ghana, of the drop of the land. Forward and secure future, development our goal. From vision to victory, the end is surely. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the end is surely. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the end is surely. Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, of patron of the land. For weather and secure future, development our goal. From vision to victory, the end is surely. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the end is surely. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. Victory! Victory! It's our land. Victory! It's our land. Delegates is a winner. Arise for Ghana, of the drop of the land. Forward and secure future, development our goal. From vision to victory, the end is surely. From strengthen unity from billion to billion. The NDC shall lead stable democrat. Ghana, our strengthen unity. Ejo bana Victory, victory, it's our land. Victory, it's our land. JJ is a winner. Ghana, of the truck of the land, when and secure future, development, our goal, from billion to billion, the NDC shall lead, stable democrat, Ghana, our strength unity. From billion to billion, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength unity. From billion to billion, the NDC shall lead. Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, of the throne of the land, for weather and seek your future, development our God. From billion to billion, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength unity. From billion to billion, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength unity. Ejo bana Victory, victory, it's our land. Victory, it's our land. JJ is a winner. Arise for Ghana, of the truck of the land. When and secure future, development our goal. From